does the chat feel so small? Please smallify chat. I'm gonna go a moment. How's it going for those of you that are already here? Hope you are enjoying your day. Last week of March, I think? No, it's not. Wow, we still one more Sunday in March. That's insane. I am, at the moment, trying to buy time for good old Polarisu, who is a little bit late. Don't tell him that I told you that. He'll be here, though. I trust in my players. I trust that Polarisu and Para, who weren't here 3 minutes ago, are both going to be in chat when I look over again. They would never let me down. Never in a million years. Oh, we are live. And as Berserkers, or, sorry, Gunslingers theme fades away, I think we're gonna jump right into it, because alright, actually, real quick, between me and you, chat, alright? Between me and you, what are the chances that everyone is actually here, alright? Do we trust in the players? Do we actually think that every single one of the players showed up on time for the very last stream? I believe in them. I 100% believe in them. There's not a single chance that they're not here. I saw someone join and then leave. Someone was here. I don't know if that was Dom or Rain. I don't know if it was one of the C-Squad people, but someone was here that they left. I don't know who it was, though. Anyway, let's go see exactly how many people are here. That's the first question of the Q&A, okay? The first question of the Q&A is my question. How many of the players actually showed up to the Q&A? All right, let me, real quick. I forgot to unmute them. All right, there we go. Wait, Score, are you playing League of Legends? Please tell me you're not, right? Okay, you're not. Okay.
No, I'm not playing League of Legends. I'm playing Power.
Okay. That's so much better. You could have said you're playing literally any other game, and if it wasn't League of Legends, it would have been an improvement. So, that's good. That's good.
He's playing around us too. I swear to God, how will we put this behind us, chat? Why does that game haunt me?
They will always remember your Brown Dust 2 moment. I think the Brown Dust 2 moment stuck with so many people because it's so unlike you.
Yeah, like, honestly,
yeah,
if you were just like, it was just like your normal, if you were a Nikkei player, they'd be like, that weak shit.
No, I think if it was found out that any of us played Brown Dust 2, it probably would have been forgotten. It's specifically because it's you, Skorak. Like, if like I was playing Brown Dust 2, it'd be like, yeah, okay, we kind of expected that. He's kind of a degenerate. But like Skorak.
Oh.
I swear to God, I literally wasn't playing it for any, like, you know...
There's no way for you to say this that it makes it sound like you're telling the truth in that regard.
It was for the plot, bro.
Dude, just, you know what? In your honest Kodak, I'm gonna play ZZZ. I'm gonna go play a different Guna game.
Damn. I'm still playing ZZZ every now and again, by the way. I don't play it every day. I just, like, whenever there's a patch, I log in, do the content, and then leave. I treat it as just like a single player game that gets updates every now and again.
I mean, and that's honestly the healthiest way to treat a gacha game.
It's kind of based.
It is really based.
Yeah, I've because I think I don't know how this happened. I don't know how I fell so far. But the only gacha games I'm really, like, actually playing, quote unquote, are Toyo games.
Oh my fucking God.
I don't know
what's happening. FGO anymore?
I say really playing because I've reached the 6th stage of enlightenment with FGO. Like, I do actually play FGO. I log in almost every day. The problem is that FGO requires and I mean like literally 3 minutes of my day. Like I log in, I spend all of my stamina on blue apples. I go, damn, that's crazy, and then I log out. And then
That's like Lumbus,
some
dude. It's the
days-
exact same with
Yeah.
Lumbus. You log in, I change my things, and I fucking leave.
Yeah. Some days I'll do events if they're there, but like I don't even need to do the events anymore. For what? I have every single character raised up to the max level. Every single character with their skills, either 666, 999, or 101010. I'm just kind of like, I'm chilling. The events don't mean anything to me unless they give me a new servant.
Damn.
I've
That's just
beat-
how it be, you know.
I've beat FGO. I have nothing else to do.
What is it like on top of that mountain, Dio?
I'm chilling. I have no enemies to ask me. Which character is the best bouncing on a crazy style? Probably Archer, right? Unless you're talking about player characters. I would imagine the best character for that question, Supa, is probably Archer, unironically.
Probably Archer.
But Supa went in to ask that question.
Oh,
What the
Berserker? Oh, that's a good I think it's probably Archer still. Archer is the person that they were warning you about when they were talking about don't date crazies, all right? That's when they said don't date crazies, we were talking specifically about Archer.
I can fix that.
Earlier, I would have said something, right? But then people are gonna start saying shit about Brown Dust, so now I have lost the privilege.
And let me take this opportunity and say that Dio, I really like the stream description.
Thank you. What are you singing? Anyway,
I'm gonna kill him, I swear to God. Hold me back before I end him.
the
I'm sorry, we're on YouTube. I'm gonna unalive him, I swear to God.
But yeah, the stream description and the thumbnail are amusing. This was going to be the final session's stream description and image anyway, so I thought it was funny to to do this for the
I can't
Q&A
believe
anyway.
you asked me for the fucking logo thing. I went to go like reconstruct it because it never technically had a form. And then I got it for you, and then you didn't use it.
I
Piece of
tried
shit.
so hard. You don't understand. Like, no matter what I did, the logo didn't look good because, so notably, you gave me the logo, but then I can't edit the logo because it's just a picture. So it's so hard to make it stand out from the
You could
again
have
and
asked
again and
for the
again and
font.
again.
You could have asked me for the fonts, you bastard. I made it from scratch with my own hands.
Oh my God, Gara!
What song are you even singing?
Brain rot.
Oh, okay. I actually don't know that brain rot. I'm out of touch.
Kill me.
I'm a millennial.
me.
I don't know the.
If he does
Kill
it,
me.
if he does it again, am I allowed
Dio,
to
Dio,
remove
kill me. Kill me.
free you from this mortal coil.
I had enough, please.
The beginning of D Squad. All right.
He squad these nuts. Sorry.
I think so. It's like an extra. It's like a cherry on top. No pressure this time. Let's get some fun facts of the day though. You know, like some laid back Q&A, brain rot hour.
Fun facts of the
Fun
day.
facts of the day. And I think that I'll start in the positions on the screen this time, going left from right. So, Para, what is your fun fact of the day?
Wait, we're doing this again?
What do you mean
Yes.
we're doing this again? You can't. Yes, you're trapped.
I guess fun fact. I touched grass yesterday and it felt good actually. Yeah, it genuinely felt good.
Was this an uncommon experience for you?
Yeah, what do you mean? Like, is like grass rare where you're from, or
No, I just like go outside. Like a full day outside, like, you know.
Based, I guess. Yeah. Okay, that's not that
yeah,
bad.
that's cool. Yeah.
I got a picture of a rat panda.
Like
Oh,
an
that's
actual.
cool.
Did you go to like the zoo?
Yeah, like
Oh, okay.
rat. I got a picture of. I got a picture
I'm
of
like,
red panda.
where
Mostly
did-
just
Okay, I'm like, where did you find the red panda, Farah?
no, it's just in the street. You know what I'm saying? What else? A lot of plant. A lot of plant
A
for
lot
a
of
reason.
plants
And
singular, huh?
Mini plant.
and a towel looked like an elephant.
Owl that looked like was it in like the merch store?
No. It got stacked so it looks like an elephant.
No, based.
What do you mean?
I guess.
That's it.
guess
That's it. Not
I'll-
gonna lie.
So technically, if you look at the stream itself, I would be second. So I got my fun fact of the day. I'll leech off of Para's fun fact of the day. Okay. The last time I went to the zoo, it was a very unfortunate situation because half of the zoo was under reconstruction, and so half of the exhibits didn't have anything, and the other half the animals were all asleep and not showing. So I was like, damn, that's crazy. I think the only one we actually saw anything were like the snow leopards were out. The snow leopards were chilling. All
The
other
most
animals-
exciting zoo trip in the world.
Yeah, it was so unlucky. We just didn't know. We should have looked before. Or the giraffes as well. Yeah, the giraffes and the snow leopards were the animals that came out.
Yeah, we
Everything
just
else-
got outside and we just like befriended the
That's
giraffes.
just insane.
Yeah, we should have looked to see that there were reconstruction. Snow leopards are red though. All right, Kaiser.
I got a picture of I got a picture of me holding a snake.
holding. They
Yeah.
let you hold snakes at your zoo?
You can why?
That's insane.
They let
I've
it. They
never
let us
heard of
do it here at the reptile parks as well, but I'm not going near none of them. Fuck that.
Really? I did not
Why?
know
They're just fine. Like you just touch. Like if you hold them, they're not gonna bite you.
No, I imagine. I've never seen a zoo do that before. So
Oh, there's
I
a
don't
lot
know.
here. There's a lot here.
interesting. Okay, that was a fun fact for me at the very least. So Kaiser, you gonna do any snake holding?
Technically, yeah, I got a job now.
Nice. Welcome.
Alright, cool.
Woo!
Oh no, he got a 9 to 5.
No,
Welcome.
it's not a 9 to 5. It's only like a 20-hour-a-week thingy.
Okay.
It's not completely.
Well,
And like my first instinct,
I was gonna say we'll give you a half welcome for that.
yeah, thank you.
Nice, congrats.
Thank you. My first instinct was like I am gonna use my first salary to buy a used PS2. I want a PS2.
Based? That's actually super based. Were there any games specifically
Super
that you wanted to play on the PS2 or?
Oh, browser, everything. Ratchet and Clank, Jack and Dexter, is fucking Shadow of the Colossus, everything. There's so much PS2 shit.
Let's
Yeah.
go Ratchet and Clank, my fucking childhood.
Hell yeah.
I think I still own my Xbox 360 and I don't know where it is. It's somewhere in this house. I don't know where it is though. I'm pretty sure. I never sold it. It must be
Oh,
somewhere.
you think you never sold it, but one day it sold itself. It walked to the door and it was just like, goodbye.
'Cause I know I
Goodbye,
sold...
father.
Well, I didn't sell. I gave my PS4 away to a friend. I think I still have my 360 somewhere. I just don't know where. I'll ship you. I'll ship you my 360. Is that okay, guys?
You know what? No, my whole console war PTSD just got triggered. Stay away from me, you.
God,
Mhm.
I
you
remember
Xbox shit.
the console wars were so funny. People cared so. I cared so much about it. God, it's so funny. All right, Polarisu, you hold any snakes or buy any PlayStation 2s?
No. You insane. Hold a snake. You nuts. I'm working very hard to stay away from them.
It's not the worst thing I take a picture with yesterday.
What do you mean?
Oh, damn.
They let you hold the lions
Picture with your
too?
You take a picture with your mama? Hey, yo.
Sort of.
What do you mean, sort of?
Yeah, sort of.
I wanted to give a fun fact about Noah, but I feel like there's going to be a lot of questions and answers today, so let's leave that for then. My fun fact is I have been arm's length away from a lion. In a safari. No protection, just me, empty
Just a raw
space,
doggy.
a lion. Yeah, and I have also touched a shark. So
Like, what kind of shark, though?
a big one.
Okay.
like it swam past, it touched me, and I was like, nope, I'm getting out.
Like,
See you
mean
later.
Like a great white or like a tiger shark or a bull shark?
I actually don't know.
Yeah,
but
Dio, show the world that you
it's
know
a lemon
biology,
shark.
bro. Be proud
No,
of yourself.
It's
I'm
a-
trying to
it's a
gauge
lemon
the
shark.
size. Because like bull sharks and tiger sharks are like
Okay.
big, but they're not great white sharks. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I don't think
Risu,
it was a
Risu,
great
Risu.
white. We want.
Is
we
the
could go
face
quite.
goofy or not?
Is the face
I don't know, I
goofy?
wasn't-
It's goofy.
I wasn't looking at his face. I was looking at the other shark's
Okay,
face.
it's probably not a hammerhead. It's probably.
It's not a hammerhead now. I think they were, but not where we were.
Lemon shark?
Listen. When you think about it, right? I was in the cage because we did shark cage diving, and then the shark passed by, and I touched him like through the cage. So it must have been his fin. So the only conclusion is I dabbed up a shark.
You dabbed up the shark. Oh, based. Also, you're psychotic for going shark cage. What would you call shark
Diving,
caging?
yeah.
Listen. My girlfriend at the time made me do it. I'm never again making a woman make me do anything in my life. I've learned my lesson.
Damn. Bad
Yeah,
influence.
Ain't no way. Ain't. She better, as Supa would say, she better bounce on it crazy style. She wants me to get inside of a fucking cage with some sharks. Ain't no way. Holy shit.
I mean, if a woman wants to put you in a cage of any sort, it's a rep, bro. Like,
No,
get out.
true.
Red flag, red flag.
No, it's true.
Dorian keeps sending those fucking hamster cages. Like, this is where I put my boy failure. And I'm like,
What
What are
the
you
fuck?
saying?
the accidental insult. Oh god. All right, and we the last but not least, all the way over there on the right of the cabin, the small little cabin, Skorak. What's your fun fact of the? There should be fun facts of the week, not day, right? Anyway.
Yeah, I guess, but like I think we're too late to change it now.
We're
Now it's
so
like,
late. It's so late. We're already in the
we're
shark
too
cage.
deep.
Yeah, exactly.
God damn it.
I'll
Damn you and your improv skills, Dio.
Fun fact of the day, my Steam game collection currently is 1,027 games big. I actually did it. I passed 1,000 games.
All right, now play them.
Well played, checkmate.
They're funny.
That's the neat part. That's the neat part. You don't.
Yeah, that's the neat part. I don't, dude.
Oh god. Do you just buy a whole bunch of them in like bundles and whatnot? And that's why you have so many?
Yeah.
I imagine, yeah.
Bundles, all key shops, CD resellers, shit like that.
Yep, I know a couple of people that are exactly like you, who are, yes, they own a stupid amount of games that they will never play just because they bought a bundle because they wanted one of the games. And they're like, well, I got 4 of these other games. I don't know what I'm going to do with them.
Yeah, hey, I got them though.
Oh god! And also it's also funny when you forget and you look back and you're like, when did I get this? I have some games on my list that are like, where did this come from?
Bro, imagine doing that in the age of physical media. You just have like 1,000 discs in your basement, all like shovelware. You don't even know what it is.
I mean, some people kind of did, right? Like they had like the big ass fucking how are they called? The big ass shelves.
Yeah, you sometimes Y'all got any more from family sharing? Yeah, they actually improved Steam family sharing like massively. I don't know when, but sometime in the last 2 years. Steam family
April.
sharing is like super good now. It's like
It really
really,
is.
it's
Get
like
yourself,
really
get
good.
yourself, get yourself a Skorak.
It
Have mini
was
games.
really bad. Then they make it better but harder to use. Yeah, so it's more restrictive now, Lavi. Once you Steam family share with someone, you're locked into that family for I think like a
It's just
year
like
or something.
It's just like real life. Once you declare someone, once you're born, that's your family. Deal with it.
Yeah, no. So once you lock someone in as your family, it's really hard to get out of the family, or really hard to specifically, it's really hard to join a new family after that. I think there's like a
So
long
true. You have to
cooldown
get
period.
you have to get married to get to a new family.
Yeah. But once you're in it, it's like super good. The only restriction is that you can't play your family's games while they're playing that game unless you also own it, right? So like if my family owns Persona 4 and I want to play Persona 4, they just can't be on Persona 4 at that time. So it's worse for like multiplayer stuff, but for any single player stuff, me and all of my IRL friends are all family shared, and we just share all of the single player games. Like I haven't had to buy a single JRPG in so long because I have a friend who only plays JRPGs. So all the Persona games, I just own all the Persona games through him. It's so based.
You genius bastard.
Yep, yeah. It's
That
it
is
is quite
insane.
fun.
Also, I would never do it because I am a degenerate collector. I need to have the game. I need to be the guy that other people are like, oh yeah, I share with that guy and he has all the games. It's a matter of pride.
All right. Oh. Oh,
It's
oh
the
boy.
next Sunday 100% orange juice stream. Dude,
Oh, that would be great, honestly.
I need to give Dio all my mods.
You have mods for OJ now?
Dude, there's so many mods. Like when I'm playing a different game at this point. It's the same game, but it just sounds different and looks different. There's like different shit happening. It's so funny. There's like steel pipe sound effects and like Smash
Steel
Bros like
pipe
sound effects when you
sound
knock
effects.
people out, etc. Stuff like that.
No, yeah, they especially like the silly sounds and stuff like that could be really funny.
Yeah,
I think that
it's so fun.
my favorite was the Ultra Instinct. Whenever you evade, it just plays the
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Yes. It's very
That's
funny.
in there as well. It's great.
Oh man. Oh. All right. Well, this is where usually I almost in my mind I after the fun facts of the day, I always try to go into the recap of last session, and so I just paused there and blanked, and I'm like, wait. there is no recap of last session.
I mean, technically there is a recap. There's just nothing to continue from there on.
Right, yeah. So welcome back to Tibet.
Yeah. Now we go back to the frozen hilltops
Yeah.
of Tibet.
Yes.
Wait, where
yeah.
did it go?
Oh man, yeah. We beat it, yeah.
We did it. We beat
Recap
that.
the whole campaign. No.
Fuck that.
No.
Are you insane?
No, I'm good. No.
2-bit win. That's funny.
Oh man. But all right. So Q&A. There are a couple of different things that were on the menu, as it were. There are the documents that have a whole bunch of questions and whatnot. That I planned on at the very least skimming through, if not going in detail for all of them. And beyond that, though, I think that we had talked about it last time about like, so obviously, chat, if you have any questions, you can feel free to ask them and we'll try to get to them. But beyond that, specifically questions about like what you guys had planned for like the future of your characters, for in terms of the players, because I know that I specifically have a stupid amount of questions that I have to answer.
Yeah, fuck you.
But for you guys, I don't know if you've given any thought of this to this over the last week. But in general, where you imagine your character would be, right? Like, does Noah go back to America? Does Liz try to stay in Tibet, or does she also go to America? Because especially at the end, like Maria had expressed interest in seeing the military customs of other countries, etc. I assume that I sprung that on all of you, and that Para is not listening to me. So I'll give you some. I'll give you some time.
I've thought about it in detail.
Okay.
Starting.
Excuse you. I've been listening.
Okay. Apologies. So I mean,
I've been listening.
We can start with Noah, if you'd wanted to, before I get into the 1,000 questions that I have.
Yeah, start with Noah.
Does Noah have a theme? No, you were one of the only ones that didn't give.
Yeah, I was. Oops, I was thinking about it one day and then I forgot, and then I never did.
No problem. Here, I'll just change it to calm number 5. This is Noah's theme now.
I love calm number 5. It's almost as good as calm number 7.
Which one is number 5?
Your mother. So.
So what are your plans?
I thought
for
about
Noah's
it.
Future?
Yeah, I thought about it. And way back in the beginning, what Noah always feared and what he wanted was, he feared that magic would go away because in America it was slowly depleting. We were slowly going to lose it over time, and so having this opportunity to build a place for, like Liz suggested, for Puck now, as we know him, her, it.
Them.
Yeah, as we know them, Noah would want to help build this place and kind of make it a place where not just the fairies and magical creatures can like live, but also a place where people can come to learn about them and understand them more than so try to chase them away back to their world or fear them. Because Noah's always had interest in anybody from other worlds. He never learned any of Earth's language. All the languages that Noah knows is from those beyond the gate. Sylvan, Alvan, etc.
So you want to make Fae Hogwarts, as chat says. That's kind of
I mean, essentially, I guess, yeah.
and so if you think about it as well, if you do that, if Noah does go on to do that in the future, make like the vineyard or whatever you're actually going to name it, that would mean that Archer actually ends up winning, baby.
Yeah, like I think he will try to give Archer what she wants within reason, of course. So she can't do anything crazy as long as he exists, but he will try to make sure that like she is happy at the very least, because she did like hate a lot of what happened to her people. I say her people, her kind.
Yeah. Okay, and obviously Archer needs to be reeled in, but that's completely fine now because of Skorak's last idea. With the last command still being used to bind her to obedience, she is probably going to be rather helpful, especially when she realizes what you're attempting to do, Noah, right? Attempting to at least like some small part bring back some of the magic and or give a home to the people that that have walked through the gate. So that all makes sense, and Archer would be happy and or willing to help you, if not also at sometimes a nuisance, given that they are still Archer.
I imagine we would hope for no less.
Would you set this up in America, by the way, or?
So I guess that depends on also Liz, because Noah's poor. This was.
Yeah, Liz is probably gonna help fund this.
Okay.
Yeah, they have their ley line back. They can do magic ley line things. I mean, in exchange for it, Noah will also like help understand the ley line as well, or anything they need on that front.
I like to imagine Noah goes up to Archer. Yes, I promise I'll reinstate. I'll make the vineyard and everything will be happy. And then Noah walks over to Elizabeth. I need so much money. I just need some.
I would like to imagine like there's nothing like really in Pandora either. I don't know because I don't even know who's in charge there anymore. Right? Hephaestus was in charge, but he gone. Like,
Funnily enough, I do actually have an answer because the person who was in charge of Pandora after Hephaestus left was the main villain of an entirely different campaign. But so I actually have an answer, but you don't need to worry about that.
okay, yeah, cool. Like, he's dealing with that. He's a great guy. We love him. He's fantastic. He's taking care of that.
By the way, it was Athena, but you don't need to worry about it.
Yeah, and I think it's gonna be difficult, but we will. Noah would also try to convince Luvia to join this whole new dream world. I'm assuming this whole new world that he's kind of making, but I assume she wouldn't want to.
That's a harder question. Luvia would, at the very least, be resistant to it, but may eventually come around to seeing your viewpoint on things. Luvia is redeemable. I'll leave that up into like the air a little bit because it would depend on like an actual character arc for her. And realizing that to some extent Hephaestus needed to chill. Homeboy needed to chill. It's gonna take her a long time to unwind that mess inside of her mind, though.
It's gonna take a long time to make this place.
Yep, and so you have a long time to make Luvia realize your dad wasn't the best thing since sliced bread.
And then I guess I don't know, we can't really do anything with Honey, can we? She's kind of just stuck in this weird limbo place now.
You would probably be tied together with Honey forever.
That's gonna make certain things so awkward.
I guess we're in the same boat.
Yeah. Both of you are dual personalities now.
Yeah. And I think that because he would have to live in this place wherever it is, whether we build it in America or on a ley line in Tibet or wherever it is, I think Noah would bring his mother to live there so that she can live a life where she doesn't have to work anymore, because she always worked 2 jobs just to keep a small apartment in New York City. So
yeah. Okay, that's nice. Noah good ending. Noah good ending is using Elizabeth's money to fund everything that he wants.
We're doing God's work over here. With a non-profit organization.
Yes, okay,
They think we sell alcohol here at the vineyard.
So Noah sets up a temporary name, the Vineyard. It's Fey Hogwarts that accepts any of those that have walked in from the gate, and or working on, basically it sounds like Pandora 2 in some extent, working on trying to restore magic or figure out a way how to do that, and at the very least like teaching magic to those that need it. Archer is using Elizabeth's money, and also Noah reunites with his mother, allowing her to live a life of luxury based off of Elizabeth's money. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thanks, Liz.
So
Thank
if
you,
it's a
Liz.
non-profit, it's just like years down the line, it's still not making money, and Elizabeth's like, "Hey, Noah."
No, Noah.
There probably would be ways we make money. I don't know how, but we'll figure it out.
I'm sure.
Like
This doesn't really care that much, right? Like their ley line works now. They should have money.
Yep,
They're good on the money front.
She can sugar mommy arc. But yeah, Elizabeth was, for all of her faults, Elizabeth was never like a greedy person. So I imagine it makes sense that she's just like, we're just taking the Allen finances here. It's okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Honey thinks $20 is $20 is a mad sentence.
Damn. That is a mad sentence.
Holy shit. But okay, that all makes sense. And is also a very nice thought. So we could quote like pseudo canonize that, as it were.
Yeah.
God damn you, Para. I'm not answering that question anyway.
It's not mine. It's not mine.
The world
It's not
must
mine.
know. Anyway, okay.
That's a funny question.
Do any of you have ideas thought out, or do you? I can buy time because I have so many questions that I need to get through.
I have
something.
multiple.
Okay.
Yeah, Para first.
No, but you go first because I need to sort my thoughts.
Okay,
Oh,
fair enough. So I want to start this off by saying something. This is going to be funny. I have some stuff for Ubel's future, but I also want to talk about some of the potential plans that I had going for this character throughout the campaign. In late November, I sent a direct message to Dio telling him about my plans and asking him whether he would allow that or whether he would retcon it because it is a little bit out there. I am going to copy paste that direct message and put it in Harmacists discussions.
Damn.
We're
getting the deep lore.
Yeah, it's quite funny. This was, I think, during the time where I planned Ubel to go full genocidal route and just delete everybody who knows of the curse. I think it was a pretty good plan.
I love Yamada. Profit.
Yeah, the details at the end were not that detailed, but like the rest.
What the hell?
Oh, here, actually, one quick. You're gonna hear the clicking noise. I'll put this up onto the stream very quickly.
You had such terrible plans. Like, I don't mean like bad plans. I mean like the plans were terrible. Like the plans were good.
Bad, they're just terrible.
Yeah, no, the plans were good. Were good plans, but it was bad things that were.
Yeah, I was in a weird place when I wrote it down. I cannot lie.
There were.
I love the part for like Yamada is just shoot Yamada.
Shoot Yamada. No, that's the funniest line. The funniest line of text is shoot Yamada.
Just like gun him down.
Use gun.
To be fair, if I would have gotten to that part, like, and finished all of that other stuff, then at that point it's just like one bullet should be okay.
Probably,
did you know? What was this made before like I had the curse or like what? Or when the curse was like got killed, like they removed.
This was on the 24th of November. I don't remember. I think this was directly after Ubel met the curse in the towers. And he like realized, okay, the curse is gonna exist for as long as people know about the curse.
Yeah, there was that moment where Ubel was tripping, where he thought that the best idea was to just kill every single person inside the campaign, and so Kaiser was trying to figure out how to do that. Every time I look at it, I just shoot Yamada. Profit. It's at the bottom and right above profit. It's so good.
Hold up.
Profit.
Let me since you already did that, let me just scroll up. Let me scroll up on my DMs with Dio. Hold up.
I will say the only one that never linked to me, like, hey, here are my plans, Dio, secret plans, was Risu. Risu / Noah had never mid-session or out of session randomly DM'd me a ton of plans for the campaign.
So
because he's the only normal person in this group.
I had a plan once, okay, and it immediately fell over. Like it was gone within like the next hour. It was washed over. There was no way I could get back to that, and I went, I'm never making a plan again.
I'm never doing that again. That's very funny.
No more plans.
I also think
Yeah,
that
I did.
you would mention, and something that we could also touch upon, something for the players to think about. I think Kaiser in the last session had mentioned that it was funny how much the ideas of the characters had changed over the course. Like Kaiser had one idea for his character, and then the pre-session happened, and then it was never the same. So you could also talk about that if you wanted to, like the ideas that you initially had for your characters when you were designing them.
Bro, before I started my pre-session, I didn't even know that I was going to be a hunter. And then, like, the opening scene was like, you are on a hunt together with your father. And I was like, oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, because you said you wanted to be a sheep herder, but in my mind, it would make so much more sense if you were tied into, because I already had the sub theme of hunters versus warriors with Raul versus Akar. Like that was already like one of the themes between those two, was that Akar is a warrior where Raul has no honor, does not care about being a warrior at all. He is a quote-unquote hunter. He's from a family of hunters, where he, as a hunter, you don't care about honor, you care about getting the kill. You care about getting the job done. That's like the two main differentiating points between those two characters. So I was like, it would just make so much more sense, and I could also tie it in with Raul's self-hatred, where one of the other things about Raul is that he knows that he's a monster. He just thinks that objectively it's just best to be a monster. Like he's like, I'm a piece of garbage who will kill anyone that stands in my way. I hate myself, but also it's what I have to do.
I'm really happy with how all of that sort of stuff worked out for Ubel's character arc as well. Like the interactions with Raul Aria specifically, and like this whole hunter thing. It's pretty cool. No, I'm happy that I ended up being a hunter, even though I didn't know it.
Yeah, but it was very funny that you were like, yeah, I'm a sheep herder, Dio, and I was like, hunter.
A hunter must hunt.
You were on a hunt with your father. Do anyone else want to go, or do you want me to buy time? At any moment, if we need to buy time, I have again a billion questions.
Dio. You can send the whole paragraph I sent you, like the whole paper. Hold up. Let me just forward it and content go to the discussion first, so you guys can see how long it is.
Then, that's long.
So
she
what?
said.
Can I?
That
No,
is-
it's not. Sadly.
I just realized I just found it. I
Can
just
I,
found it from like scrolling deep inside the DM.
You're gonna hear the picture snap again as I zoom out, and I'll leave the Perez whatchamacallit messages to me on chat.
Can I say a couple of sentences about Ubel's epilogue real quick? Because I
Go on.
kind of
Go
didn't
on.
get to that.
Wait, aren't we gonna do like the epilogue later anyway?
No,
No,
we
we
can like intermediately.
Oh,
Yeah.
You say it
okay.
whenever you want to say it,
Okay,
honestly.
fine.
Like,
So yeah, what were your plans for Ubel's epilogue?
so nothing specifically. I just he is going to leave Musuzeme, that is for sure, because after going out there and doing the hard work, he has achieved what he always wanted to achieve, and that is complete freedom from all of this different stuff. And he is, of course, going to cherish that fact and live life accordingly. But not like by completely rejecting everything that he has become or has been so far and like falling back into like the prior stuff of drinking and getting bitches. But he is just literally going to sit down, make some sort of bucket list, and then just travel around and see where the road takes him and do something like that. He's probably gonna follow Noah and James back to America as like a starting point, just because like he needs to start somewhere. And it's gonna be something along the lines of that, because his character arc is basically finished now. Like he has gotten to where this character could potentially go. He's not going to completely reject Musuzeme and the identity as a gatekeeper and his family and the friends he has made there, but he for sure is not going to stay there anymore.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be like a bunch of random shit, like fishing with Alex, and then he's gonna go there, and then he's gonna go there.
And I actually think that while James would probably stop in to the vineyard every now and again, I feel like James would probably also go on through the bucket list with you for a long time. Also making a bucket list of his own, because in a very similar way, James had kind of gone through his entire arc. He had found the redemption that he was looking for, and he very similarly to Ubel needs to find purpose. Wasn't James about to die in a few months? Also that. Is that while James would stop in every now and again at the vineyard and do the bucket list, is also why he would want to do one of the bucket lists. Is because James does not have forever to live. The toll that the campaign has taken on James is real and can hurt you. And so he probably doesn't last. He's probably one of the very first ones to go, unfortunately. But he does it happily. Like he did everything that he wanted to do, and then he even gets to go on like an epilogue adventure with Ubel. But James does eventually pass away due to the decisions that he had made during the campaign.
Yeah, and I imagine that
Something funny, Risu?
No.
Is that something?
Doria.
Yeah. Chat.
And I imagine that James's death, when it comes, it's gonna be like a bit of a bittersweet thingy to Ubel, where like James, in a similar way to Akar, died on his own terms due to his own actions and decisions, and after fulfilling what he wanted to do, what he wanted to achieve, it's just like the direct consequence of him reaching his goals. Very similar to Akar as well.
Yep. Yeah, I think that both Akar and James, both, while they do eventually pass on, one during the campaign and one after, both of them really did complete their character arc, and both of them had gotten almost everything that they had wanted out of life. Especially in like the epilogue years, I would imagine that James is just a lot happier and eventually completely lets go of his self-hatred and the massive regret of the things that he had did, and he just kind of like enjoys life for a while. I feel like most people that are around James in the epilogue would understand that. Like he drops by his family every now and again, of course. He drops by the vineyard, as mentioned.
Will building was section in his honor. Hey Liz, we're gonna need more money.
Pretty much, I would imagine he gets to do everything that he wants to do, but eventually, not everyone can live forever.
After the bucket list is done, after James has passed away, Ubel is gonna move in with Noah's mother. I think my part is finished.
Based.
What a way to finish this.
So based.
Insane pivot.
You're going,
Insane pivot.
you're going on a soul-searching journey. Like, actually, you know what? She doesn't even have a token. I love that.
You know, it's like the gets home from this whole hard day out in the vineyard and just like, Ubel, nice to see Mom. What are you what is happening?
Noah, I'm afraid I didn't need to find myself. I just needed to find an old woman from New England.
Oh, that's funny. All right.
So, you know, that unironically could have been a scene in the fucking Carnival Phantasm episode if there was one. This is a Carnival Phantasm skit.
It is kind of
true.
part of a Phantasm skit.
And then they go fishing together because he's his dad now.
The fish, oh yes, the fishing arc, yeah, almost certainly on the bucket list is James, Alexander, and Ubel all fishing. Hell yeah. By the way, in case you were curious, and part of the Q&A, Alexander would forgive you, Ubel, for quote-unquote betraying him. I think he had mentioned he had always been doubtful of his sister. He had followed his sister because he was loyal to her. But he I think I'd mentioned multiple times inside the campaign that he wished that Lydia got to decide her own fate. That you weren't just born into a role and that decided everything. And so afterwards, he's like, you know what? You're kind of based, actually. You know, you did betray me, but like, you know.
I think we even had this conversation in the Blair Manor.
We might
after I
have,
did
yes.
it, right?
Yeah.
Sure. Very cool.
Yeah, so he's chill with you, and he just he goes fishing with you somewhere in, I don't know, Russia. That's on the bucket list. Cross it off.
There we go, guys. Another thing off the bucket list.
Elizabeth and or Yamada. Do you have anything you want to say, or should we wait?
Well, that's fair. You do have a lot, so I think I'll probably say a few things about what Liz did. Okay, so Liz kinda learned her lesson, but like not really. So, you know.
She, again, to the end, she's just sitting there with her arms crossed. I was right.
Yeah.
Was right.
Like deep down, I think she still is to some extent this like overconfident. I am right, no compromises. I will always do everything like right, sort of person. But like a little more mellowed out. So I think she probably just left to like travel the world and be the sort of like hero that she always wanted to be, right? Like she's probably gonna go to the clock tower, learn more about magic, like go around, try to like essentially just try to fix the world's problems.
Awesome. Base.
You know, she's kind of like fucking like fate Batman, you know? She has a fuck ton of money and a lot of like personal individual like powers. She's a very strong combatant, so she goes around just trying to fix shit. Which you know, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
For some reason,
I actually have a question.
I really like the idea of Liz having a clock tower arc.
Yeah, I do have a question. Like, can Archer still like turn into other things? And in certain events, can we just send Archer with Liz? Like, as long as Archer, like,
Archer would need to stay in pixie form for quite a while. Because she just doesn't have the mana that she used to because there's no more Grail. But every now and again she can probably tap into like her actual powers. So yes.
Because I feel like Fate Batman, we could use some a servant. That would be great. Plus, also like while she may be helpful in like coordinating a lot of stuff, she's also annoying. And please go fight something. Go get your thing, I don't know, your frustrations out. Go help Liz punch something.
That ego, more like Iron Man, and Elizabeth be like Jarvis.
Fuck, pull up your search history.
Jarvis, link it. Link his search history to the police. Link his search history. Oh no, Elizabeth she's Fate Iron Man. Oh god. Puck, tell me his servant's most embarrassing moment.
Yeah, I do feel like, you know, just traveling the world, you know, doing stuff, just kind of like, you know, every now and then coming over and like, you know, visiting you guys, you know.
Okay, and so she's on like a self journey, as it were, of constantly getting stronger. Where I imagine, like, in terms of like actual levels in Pathfinder 2e, most of the other ones plateau after the Grail War. I imagine Liz just keeps growing and growing, keeps leveling up as she keeps running around trying to fight things.
Yeah, Liz just never stops, you know.
There's like I can imagine it already. Like there's a spin-off thing with it's the clock tower and Liz is there on the cover. I don't know what you would call it.
Lady Blair's case files.
Lady Blair's case files. So
Corruption in the clock tower.
Liz do be the type of person to get an entire spin-off series. If this was actual fate. But okay, I could see it. Very interesting. Oh god, there's so much you could get into because there are also other campaigns that obviously you don't know anything about that you could like very easily quote unquote get involved with. Because I've mentioned this before, but this campaign was set inside of a universe that I have DM'd in for many years. So I can only imagine the nightmares that Elizabeth could get into.
Oh my god. So Maria, that's your Robin.
Oh.
Honestly, I think she would let Maria like do her own thing and like it's like occasional team ups for like certain episodes. You know what would be funny? That random monk lady is my Robins. And I'm like, you know what? You don't have anywhere to return to. You wanna come with me?
Of course, Iris is there as like the Walter.
Yeah. Iris is the only one that like kind of keeps her in check.
Yep, yeah. So
like,
I guess though the question: do you think that there ever is an end to the journeying? Like, does she eventually go, okay, maybe it's time to chill, or is she always going to be is always going to have an ego?
have you seen her dad?
That is true.
You know, that's a very vague question. I feel like there would need to be an actual like that would need to be acted out, right? Like
Yeah,
there
that's
would need to
fair,
be
yeah.
something very significant to actually bring an end to her journey, you know? So I don't know. Is the correct answer, I guess.
That makes sense, yeah. Oh, all right. So we have one power tripping superhero. We have one person that goes on a quiet bucket list. We have one person that sets up an organization for good. So Para, what does Yamada do?
I would just like to point out
Okay.
one last thing that you're forgetting there. It's also for his own selfish reasons of magic. Thank you.
Okay, the first one that I thought about was asking like either James or Ubel or like any other like the magic people to like burn down the monastery. Like that's the first one.
Oh yes, yeah. You just wanted it gone.
Yeah, he's probably just gonna like, you know, like the basic formalities. He's probably gonna go to the inner monastery first, where like there's no curse. Like for the first time, there's not gonna be a curse. He's gonna look around first, and then he's gonna see the grave. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's just gonna see like the coffin, and then like talk for a bit. There's probably gonna be like, well, he's talk loud and stuff like that, and then he's gonna leave, and then he's gonna bring somebody else, and then he's gonna burn down the monastery.
Yeah, okay. So you have like one last like you talk at Daigo's grave, I should say. Then you burn down the monastery with the help of the other player characters, and then you leave.
Yeah, I mean, if they don't want to, I'll just burn it myself.
Correct. Yeah, you can.
And then that's the first one that I thought about, and then the rest is just like blur. I mean, he would probably like reconnect with like Ling and stuff.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
so if you're reconnecting with Ling and MC Buddha especially, Noah would offer you, because as your brother, to like, because he's gonna go back to America eventually for you guys to go with, and then from there you could take it.
I mean, sure, I guess.
It's
Honestly,
up to
I was
you.
thinking. Honestly, okay. I didn't know that. The plan that I had was just like me, Ling, and MC probably. Depend on like if any other villager wanted to or not. We would probably just like we would probably just like dip and probably move like from village to village and then stuff like that, like road trip basically.
Yeah, I mean, you can hang out at the vineyard for a while and like loop back around to there.
Oh, we're
while
definitely
also-
crashing at that place.
Okay, yeah,
Fucking
I
hell.
need free food. I need free food.
yeah. Is that every now
I'm
and again
a
you-
human now.
correct? That every now and again you crash down to the vineyard, but for the most part you're just like wandering around, right? Not necessarily going on a bucket list or like Elizabeth. She's like going to solve any problems, trying to get into other campaigns, as it were. You are just like a wanderer then, just kind of like looking around, experiencing life as a human, eventually growing old.
Yep.
Okay.
You know, I think
makes
this
That's
might
probably it. Not gonna lie.
I think this might actually be a nice concept for a spin-off series. Now it's like late nights on Noah's vineyard or something like that. It's like
Yeah.
Noah is just chilling there, trying to do his work, and then on a regular basis, other characters, including player characters, just come there, crash there, eat the food, and like, Noah, you got some money to spare, right?
Like there's like an ice sled like crashing through like one of the
Like-
walls.
Noah, I need you to understand, James and me, we want to go tornado chasing somewhere in Iowa. We need a Toyota truck, bro. You gotta pay for it.
Bro, it's like,
Look, look.
it's like Noah's vineyard, and like Elise shows up in an episode and it's like, oh shit, and the students are like, what is it, Master Noah? She's the one that funds this whole thing with her best behavior.
Panic. Did you want to try some of our look? This is special fruit that we were able to grow through the magic of the pixies and the agricultural advances of human technology. We call it a paha.
Oh god, I can. Yeah, that would be very funny. James pushing up his glasses. I assure you, it needs to be a Toyota. Scientifically speaking.
Hey Noah, so you remember you took one of my command seal and stuff like that from like the grave of Lucille, So I need some money right now.
Oh man, yeah.
He's so broke.
I love the idea of like the bucket list getting more and more crazy as time goes on. It's like let's go and visit the Grand Canyon, then we go tornado chasing, then we like jump down the Niagara Falls or something, bro. Like building ourselves up.
Then you guys fight a bear, like while skydiving. It's insane.
Oh, we
Remember
salute
that
you.
one time we fought a bear while skydiving?
we salute you, Neo. Thanks for stopping by. Also, happy hunting.
Hey,
Oh man, but yeah.
I mean, that's probably it for Yamada. Not gonna lie, he's probably just gonna like go with his friend and just like see the world for once.
yeah, you get to live a normal human life, and like unlike the others who have like a specific goal. I think like your specific goal would to be just a normal human who doesn't have like a quote unquote sensual goal, right? Because that was what was robbed from you from your literal very birth.
Honestly, since I thought we were gonna like have like sequences and stuff like that, like we were gonna like act out like some of them. I did had an idea where like it was just like the fishing one, and it was just like Yamada and the curse talking.
Okay.
Well, fishing.
Was there like a specific conversation you wanted to have, or?
No, it's just like he's probably the basic summary I had was just he was gonna ask the curse like, was this his plan from the start? That's it. Like after like Yamada basically quote unquote died, he was just gonna ask like the curse that like, was this your plan and like why?
So what do you mean like them coexisting? Was that the curse's plan?
Yeah, like the coexisting one, yeah.
Got you. That's
I mean,
a good
we can keep
question.
that for like the Q&A one.
Yeah,
we can keep that for the
That's a
Q&A
good question. I think that the curse would actually probably go silent for like a long while, and like fishing takes a while anyway, right? So like you're sitting there for a while as the curse thinks, and the curse would finally answer that the coexistence that you guys currently have wasn't necessarily its plan. More so it was its hope. It had hoped and dreamed that they would be able to find a way for coexistence, but plans, I feel like that's the wrong word for it. Because so just as an example, coexistence was only like the light at the end of the tunnel for the curse in general. Coexistence not just with you, but coexistence with all of humanity, because it being Raka's basilisk was kind of a toxic existence for humanity in and of itself, and so it had strived for coexistence with humanity in general, and so yeah, I think that like it was never its plan, because plans are things that like you go into detail with and then try to enact. It had only hoped beyond the shadow of a doubt, prayed to any god that would have listened or existed, that they could be where they are right now, happily fishing.
Yeah.
He wasn't
guess.
planned because that would have been a terrible plan with like nearly
Yeah,
no
no,
hope
yeah.
of succeeding.
Exactly.
Yeah, but that's why he was like wondering because like, was this your plan? Like actually, like from the start.
Oh, yeah, what's his new name, Perry? You've had like 2 months to figure out his name.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm really horrible at naming stuff.
You had like 2 months.
So like I feel like that would be just like a recurring theme, and where like Yamada would just like sometimes call him Ouroboros and then like mix it up and like call him like Rokomesis and then like some other stuff.
Carlos.
Yamada and Yamata.
Honestly,
That's hilarious.
true. Yeah. Which one is which? We don't know anymore.
And they drive around on a Yamaha. Even better.
It's just
we
like
can
you-
ask that for Noah.
chasing
We can
that-
ask that
chasing that.
too.
Yeah, chasing the hurricane. It's just like there's a
The thing is-
Yamada behind you.
Noah,
That's
you need to
hilarious.
finance this Yamaha. It fits with our names.
Look,
You need to
I
understand
mean,
that.
there was a point. There
Stop
was, like,
asking
before
me.
this-
James has money. He's from the family also.
Before this,
I
before
love the
this,
idea that like
I
you
had a
could
plan for name.
ask. Oh, sorry.
No. Oh no, I had a plan for the name. I told Dio, but I didn't have like the full name. You know what I'm saying? I had the meaning for the name, but I couldn't find like the name that correlate to that. So, yeah. It's
Oh.
it's basically just that. You guys can continue on. Also the idea I gave Dio is meh. It's mid.
I do not remember what the idea was. I remember you said that it wasn't the final idea, but that you had just had like the but yeah.
Yeah, I just had the idea, but I don't have the name for it. I haven't looked it up.
Gotcha.
What were you saying, Skodak?
Oh, fuck. I'm having a little bit of trouble now remembering it.
There's-
You can
what's
just
about
I mean,
ask
if you-
something like that.
If you want to think about it first, I can
Oh, yeah,
talk
the
about
idea
it.
Don't
that
have
I-
money.
Fucking how's it called? That Ubel could ask Liz for money, but he just kind of doesn't wanna.
No, it's also you are journeying, and a vineyard is stationary. The last time I checked, so I think that kind of plays into it.
Unless the Fae do something, it's gonna stay where it is.
I like the idea actually that like the vineyard makes like some money, like it's not completely like a black hole, but the problem is that all of the surviving characters keep dropping by and asking Noah for money and he can't say no.
He's
So it's like a
he's out here
pushover.
making new vegetables
Yeah.
and shit. And it's like, please stop eating the weird cucumber.
Yeah. They just drop by every now and again. Noah, I'm gonna need $3,000.
I don't have
and it gets progressively even higher. Like one time you asked like 3,000, and then, no, I need 4,000.
Didn't you want to live a normal human life?
Iris
You don't get it.
Iris investigating the budget of the vineyard. Elizabeth, why did we spend $20,000 on a Toyota?
Why is it registered in Iowa? We don't have any facilities there.
Oh god. Very funny. Oh, alright. Oh.
Okay. I'm gonna talk about it now because I'm in a mood to talk. So the plan that I had for the name, it was since I thought that Yamada was gonna die, like actually die, like like dead.
Mhm.
I had the plan where like the name would just like remind him that yeah, I was there for him and I will be there for him. Basically, yeah, that. It was
Well, now he's alive, so it's like, well, that doesn't
Yeah.
work well.
yeah, now I'm alive, so that doesn't work. So that's why. So that's why. Yeah, I was just saying like, do I even know your name at when we had like the previous session? I was just saying that because like I was hoping that Dio had a name for it at that point. I was hoping like, Dio, surely you have figured it out, right?
You know.
Fucking outsourcing the name to Dio is insane.
I have horrible record in like naming stuff.
Listen, I love Yamada and Yamada.
Go ahead, you can use that.
It
You
is
can just
so
use that.
base. Yamada and Yamada is very funny. The twin brothers. And I think
I mean, it's not even twin. It's just like one personality and like the other.
correct, yeah. So you ask an interesting question, and we'll start off the Q&A for so what happened to Ishvalda and Raoul? This I
Ooh.
actually
Uh.
can't answer.
Because it's a whole different campaign.
Correct. So the problem with Ishvalda and Raoul, and I have to zoom out here a little bit in terms of scale. One Night in Tibet, as I mentioned before, is a singular campaign within a long series of campaigns in the same world that I've done. And its ending was going to have impacts on other campaigns that I have never gotten around to actually doing yet. There are 2 more campaigns in the canon inside of my mind before the end of the storylines that I was setting up that you guys don't even know about. One has to take place inside of Ishvalda, and the other has to take place inside of Japan and/or /Izumo. And so I don't actually know the answer to that question. I only have concepts of what the ending of the Tibet campaign would mean for the Ishvaldan campaign, and like what actually happens. Does he actually win the rebellion against the tyrant? That would depend on an entirely separate campaign that I've never done yet. So yeah, I have concepts of plan. Yeah. That's unfortunate. Is that like it's not like classified or anything like that. I just genuinely don't know that because it would depend on the actions of the player characters whenever I get around to actually running the Ishvaldan campaign. Because yeah, Raoul Aria would be a main.
Good question.
Good question. Yeah, Raoul Aria would be a main character inside of the Ishvaldan campaign if I ever chose to do it, and he would be like even more prevalent than what he would be inside of the Tibet campaign, especially because in both versions of the campaign that I ran, Raoul Aria got what he wanted. Raoul Aria won in both. Neither
Some things are just canon, honestly.
Neither campaign decided to stop him. He got his mech in both. So in all worlds, Raoul Aria just goes to Tibet, gets the ley line magic, and then is able to fuel the giant mech of destruction. So what happens? I don't know. That's like a stay tuned. Maybe you'll learn. Maybe you won't. I don't know. Who knows? Oh, but yeah, that's a funny one because yeah, I actually can't answer what happened to Raoul Aria because I don't know. I have no idea.
That's hella cool.
All right.
Let's throw him off with asking some random questions. Like, what happened to the knife throwing guy that was there in like 2 of the earlier fights in the campaign?
It's real asking the real questions.
He was one of the guys.
What was his name again? They asked about it. His name was in the.
He
Barry.
did actually have a
Barry
name.
was someone who died.
Jerry. I think it was Jerry, right?
Yeah.
Oh God. But Jerry, if that was his name, the dagger guy, as I always called him. I mean, I imagined he stayed. Did not leave with Amir. And probably just like lived out the rest of his life happily. Like I don't. What do you mean? he was just a citizen of the whatchamacallit of the village. So like he's probably chilling.
Yeah, but what about his cousin?
He gets a wife and kids. Like his cousin died. Didn't
His
he?
cousin?
No, his cousin
Did
died.
his cousin die?
Or was that his friend? Oh god, I don't remember the fucking the Jerry.
No, but
lore.
that makes the inheritance situation a bit harder. Like, who gets to be the next blacksmith?
I don't know.
Bro, putting him on like on the spot for like Jerry lore. we want more Jerry lore.
Dagger guy lore. Dagger guy gets a wife and kids and lives out happily for the rest of his life. And he's the kind of guy that sits around at the bar, and then every now and again he breaks out his cool trick of like Robin Hooding multiple daggers inside of an arrow, inside of like a bullseye. All right, that's the.
What
There
is the
you go.
color of the What is the color of the bed sheets in the second house on the main street?
Blue, obviously.
I
Moving
hate
on.
him. Good lord. So thank you to one moment.
My dad. Apparently my mom. Apparently that's Ubel. God damn it.
You're grounded.
You
Okay,
can use
sorry.
the tier list for power levels. Damn. Do we
So-
want to be the...
That's so distracted there for a moment. Sorry. My ADD. I got messages on Discord. Anyway, so yes, thank you to in the Discord, Dio's #1 fan, even though their name has changed multiple times, for creating some charts and whatnot here for us. And I will, one moment, show them on stream. There
I
are
will
a
just-
couple of Google Docs.
charts.
Yes,
Yeah, we have so many charts.
There are so many.
I will just
charts.
ask this because this came across real quick. Dorian asked, could a time control spell be used to send the curse back into Hawaii and let whatever the fuck happened there finish it off?
Oh yeah, you know what? Before we get into anything, this whole Hawaii thing, was this like a meme that you came up with on the spot, or is there actual Hawaii lore in this? I think this actually needs to be taken care
So
of.
it's actually very funny that you mentioned that, and those are my two options because the answer is actually both of them. So there is genuine Hawaii lore. With Hephaestus, there was actually something that he did in Hawaii. But beyond that, I did only bring it up as a joke because it was on my mind, right? So like there
Okay.
was something that happened in Hawaii in a previous campaign, and then during one of the sessions, I'd be like, "Oh, that'd be kind of funny if I alluded to that without any context." So the answer, I never planned to bring up Hawaii in this campaign because I knew you wouldn't have any clue about what that meant. So I just thought it was funny to mention it because of like the allusions to the other parts of the lore. But no, there was actually something that happened in Hawaii. Specifically in Hawaii, it was kind of like well, I don't know if you know it was kind of like the Bikini Atoll testing. During World War II, where America tested the nukes. What happened in Hawaii was that Hephaestus was tested. I mentioned this a couple of times that Hephaestus, quote unquote, was Oppenheimer 2 because he split the United States in half with a quote unquote nuclear bomb. I didn't go too deep into it. But he was testing out his weapon of mass destruction in Hawaii, which caused devastating problems. Specifically, I will say, and this is, God, without getting too much, I don't want to explain my whole entire Olympus campaign, but I just mentioned her name now, but the weapon that he had used was not actually like a nuclear weapon. What he had actually used was a android by the name of Athena. Hephaestus's quote-unquote daughter that did not show up in this campaign at all because she is inside of California. She was
so bad for her.
Athena. Oh yeah, Athena. I had mentioned that Athena was tested out in Hawaii. You could think of it as Athena's birthplace. And Athena then later was used to stop the Civil War in America by using the Geneva Convention as a checklist.
Damn.
Yeah. And so just as a little bit of, so you do have another sister, air quotes, Noah. But
I'm done.
more than most of the other characters, Athena is is like Hephaestus's direct daughter, as it were, because she spent the most time with him. But we didn't get into Athena because she wasn't part of this campaign at all. So you don't have to worry about it. But that's what Hawaii was all about, was that it was the birthplace of Athena. But that answer means nothing to you because you don't know anything about Athena. So
We're ready now.
because yeah, as I mentioned, I only brought it up inside of this campaign because I thought it would be funny in the moment, and then it became a joke. It became a meme inside the community. Like, what happened in Hawaii? It had no lore relevance to this campaign, unfortunately. Not really. Like
the entire time I was secretly hoping that there was literally nothing, and it could have been any other location, and you just said it was there. Like it was a coin toss between Hawaii and Oregon. It could have been the other one.
it could have been the other one. No, there was an actual reason. Besides that, oh god, which sibling is cuter, Noah or Athena? That's a question that you can answer. I used some art from, what was it called? Hold on, I need to look this up on my side monitor. Give me a second.
We see him typing.
Yeah, okay, so you can answer that question. In terms of like the unofficial art that I always do, it's just official art because my this campaign happened off stream. I used Shinobu from Demon Slayer as the face claim for Athena, so you can answer that question yourself. Is nowhere cuter than Shinobu from Demon Slayer? I don't know.
Yes.
That's what Athena looks like, in case you were. I don't care.
Damn.
I had to Google the character. I cannot lie.
Yeah, I mean, you can
No, I
Google it, yeah.
recognized.
In session 9, there was Hawaii lore with young Lucille and Honey. Yes, because Lucille was Hephaestus' apprentice, and Honey was also there during the Athena testing. So, but yes, there was small bits of lore. I think there was like a massive crater, as I'd mentioned, and fire all around. That's because Athena went a little bit crazy. She freaked out in Hawaii, but it is what it is. Okay. And so the attention to the Google Doc, as it were. This first Google Doc is more for fun. It's a whole bunch of facts, apparently. The total
Fun
time...
facts.
Yeah, fun facts. These are fun facts. The total time of all the Fate Harmacists is 140 hours and 40 minutes.
Fucking hell.
Which is a total of 9 days straight. There were a ton of different stats here. I think both of these documents, by the way, are linked inside of the whatchamacallit, are linked inside of the Harmacists discussion channel. Yeah.
Go back up. I want to see something.
Sure.
There's such a delay. I forgot. You know what? Never mind. I got it.
I was gonna say, do you have the document yourself if you want to look at it?
Yeah, I could just. Average total talk.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think that there were some funny things that I'd mentioned that I'd seen in here. Oh yeah, so this was very funny. Was that we can say now definitively, so there is a tie for best girl in terms of the months, but there is a worst girl. So if you'll pay attention to the graphs, we have it on scientific data that while there is no true answer for best girl, there is an answer for worst girl.
But even the best girls are not perfect. There's not a single month with 4 sessions.
Right, yes, yeah. There's no true best girl. No girl is perfect, okay? Listen, okay? Like, they all have...
There is one that is worse.
There is a worst girl. Unilaterally, there is a worst girl.
Jesus Christ.
Not even October. I thought it was October, by the way. I thought October would be the worst girl. Because I remember, in my mind, I remember October being bad. But I think that was just because I thought that
life was odd.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think that like October I was going through some nightmare shit. And so October was miserable. I did not realize we had no sessions in August. August is strictly worst girl. Oh man.
There we go. We found it. We got it.
Yeah, the correct, by the way, using this graph, or chart, I should say, graph, chart, anyway, it doesn't matter. the best answers for best girl are January, April, May, and December. Which is kind of funny. We kind of like
So
bunched
so that
together.
means that if we were to continue from this day forward, we would have had great sessions in April and May.
Mm.
True.
That's just the science, honestly.
I think you don't remember August because it didn't happen. True. God, August. Oh wait, no, I think I'm starting to remember now. Oh, I am remembering because I think that the reason why October seemed worse to me was because August was so bad, and during August I kept saying that October would be the savior month, and that October was the second worst month. So that's why October was... Yeah, I think I remember now. When it was like, man, August was so terrible. That's okay. October is going to save us, and October did not save us. Oh man. And then oh yes, this was some of the charts are very funny. Was that the real life duration? So time is an illusion in D&D. It always has been. I said that before. Time is a construct that D&D makes up for funsies. It's not real. But the days are also are always extraordinarily funny to think about, because really it only took I think what 9 days. It took the whole entire campaign was only over the course of 9 days.
Yep. But like it took us 5 months and 10 days to do day 7.
Yep.
Day 7 was definitely the most insane one.
We were in day 7 forever.
What was day 7? Was it like the banquet? Am I wrong
think
there?
so.
I think it's the banquet.
It's
yeah.
around then, yeah. I think that day 7 was around the banquet.
Oh, was the longest one we had the banquet. We had, I think, the banquet happen for another session. Then we had a lot of stuff recovering from the banquet. There was time with Ishan on the mountain. There was time, so much.
Yeah, it was the banquet, yeah.
And Hephaestus.
Yeah, and I'm
boss
pretty
fight.
sure the
Yeah,
8th one is probably just like the afterwards, like the I'm pretty sure it's like the afterwards, right?
Well, that one's weird to me. Total in-character session time per story day.
It's like 27 hours of role playing were on day 7.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay.
Yes, yeah, that's what it means. Yeah, it's day 7, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It was a entire actual day for day 7.
Yes, you know what?
It was an entire in character actual day for day 7. We role played day 7 real time.
Mental.
Real actual
Mental.
time in character. We role played all of day 7.
Guys, only in Fate Harmacists will you find real-time fucking roleplay.
Real-time roleplay.
The only reason we didn't get day 8 up to the same amount was because it did 16 hours, and that was like, we're not going to roleplay sleeping again.
Oh man, yeah. All right. Those were fun graphs. That was the first document. And then the second document. Oh boy, I have to come to God. All right. So, love the OST choices. Can we have them at the end of the stream, because I will have no use for them anymore? I will link the watch together inside of the Discord. And then you can have you can do whatever you want with it. I would ask, obviously, that you don't fuck it up. But I have no way to stop you. So I'll
actually, I can help you set it up so that they can't mess it up.
Oh, okay.
Because you have inspired me, so now I'm also doing that.
Okay, watch together. I just use watch together all the time. Watch together is really good. So yeah, I'll link the watch together, hopefully in a way that you guys won't be able to destroy it, so that you can just have all of the themes that I've used throughout the entire campaign. I always use watch together for all of my D&D campaigns, so you can have all of the music. They all are nicknamed things, so like you'll be able to tell which is which and everything.
Yeah, like there's one called Yamada's Fun Time.
Yes, there's one called Yamada's Fun Time that's just been Yamada's theme. It's just depressing as well.
Wasn't there also one?
Ow.
Yeah, there's also one that's just called Uh-oh.
Yes, there's a song that's just called Uh-Oh. I think that was for... The Uh-Oh was for if Yamada did something very funny. I think there was a time where Yamada could have done something very funny.
Because he didn't do that in the campaign.
Yeah. It was something funny. I don't remember what it was. There was one point... There was one point in my mind where I'm like, if Yamada does something, it's going to be really bad. So then I had to go out and find a theme for if Yamada did that thing, and he never did.
Wait. Now that you said it, now I'm actually like just curious about this. You remember like back then in like one of like the first few campaign, like when I was like walking to like the Blair Manor, like you said like if I went to like the right or something like that, like you were like alluding to like not go, telling me like don't go to the left or something like that. Like there was like a cave or something like that. And I followed you. I was just curious, like what was at like the right?
God,
what was the cave?
I think a cave inside the Blair Manor?
No, like I was walking through to the Blair Manor.
Oh, that was the Rakshasa cave. Yeah, that was the Rakshasa cave. You were hearing whispers from the Rakshasa.
Oh.
Yeah.
Thank God I didn't went there.
Yeah. That was the Rakshasa cave. I think it was before you had known what the Rakshasa were. But yeah, that was pretty self-evident because they're the things that whisper inside of your mind. They were calling out to you.
Wait, shit, actually, that reminded me of something. Okay, so at some point, right, where the wolf was chasing Lucille with the key, and I chose to give it the key, but when I like got the key, there was like a door I could have opened, right?
Yeah.
What would have
that one.
happened if I'd opened the door?
So the doors and the keys, you had keys to the gates. I think I had mentioned that at the very end, yeah, you would have freed a piece of the curse, correct?
Okay.
I think I had mentioned that it was surprisingly easy that to break into Nishio's gate. And that's because Nishio's gate had already been unlocked for a while, and Nishio just never freed himself. He just stayed inside of the of his own gate because Nishio was the shard of self-reflection, the shard that had retained most of the memories and not emotions, and none of the power. So it just like chilled there, but most of the other gates were locked. And the keys themselves were more figments of imagination, because the gates themselves were dream realms. So you had to be given a key in very specific situations. You were more the key was more a representation of one's ability to open the gate. And so yes, I think chat got it as well. Yeah, you would have freed a piece of the curse. Yeah, you're one of the shards. I think that if I remember correctly, that was specifically the shard in Lucille's gate under the Scar Grounds that I had planned on unlocking. So that would have been the shard of sadness. So you would have unlocked the shard of sorrow, but you know, it's fine. Yeah. Okay.
Fair enough.
So, a whole bunch of questions, and also players as well. Or also chat. If you have questions, feel free to tell me questions and/or questions for my players that are just sitting around here.
What was in Lucille's basement?
He's nuts.
So, I think that's actually one of the questions that was asked inside of this document as well.
Okay, yeah. Then we're gonna get to that once we get there.
Well, okay. So, yeah, because one of them is like, what did Ishan find inside of Lucille's which one as well? So the very first question is, who told Ishvalda about the ley line? And you even answer it in here. It's Hephaestus. Hephaestus invited Raularia inside of Tibet to cause friction and chaos so that he could work. Very unironically, one of Hephaestus's plans was that because he knew that things like Daigo and Lucille would be problems. immediately, and to some extent Grace. So his idea was to just spam invite a whole bunch of people into the battle royale so that he could do what he needs to do while everyone else was fighting each other.
Hell yeah.
And Raul Aria was a pawn in that scheme. Because he had known of Raul Aria and knew that Raul Aria would be a massive problem for everyone. And so he invited Raul Aria here because he knew that Raul Aria would want the ley line magic to fuel his rebellion, and also because he would just cause chaos, which he did. The Blair curse power, I think that was kind of elaborated on, because Grace Blair was the coward, as Lucille called it, one of the 3 survivors of the original village. The Blair power, I think I'd even mentioned, it saps away your life in order to give power. It's the reason it's sapping away your life, or what the Blair power actually is it is the quote-unquote power of imagination. A much less powerful version of what the curse does, of what like Noah has control over. It's a stance that you enter that eats away at you, but allows you to basically it's like a very nerf version of a reality marble, if you could think of it, right? Like what Liz did whenever she nat 20'd on bullshit, but actually codified. Like it's not omnipotent or anything like that, but it can allow you to do the impossible. In small instances, like the creation of small miracles. That's the Blair bloodline because of the curse.
Damn.
Nice.
Are we planning to gift? So, in terms of rewards for quests, some of these were planned and some of them weren't. So, for example, one thing that I'll do, and you can see with like Daigo, mind, eye, you sadistic fuck. When it comes to questline rewards, a lot of the time, because every single one of these NPCs has sheets, I would just give you something of theirs. Like Daigo's mind's eye ability is like an actual ability that he has on his sheet. It's an alternate ability from Monk in 2E. And so I just allowed Yamada to basically have a free feat from the Monk class for doing something that Yamada wanted. Very similarly with Ubel and Magic, I just basically gave Ubel a archetype that allowed him to take minor magic spells. And then he just chose spells from the spell levels that I told him about.
The spell list was ass. Like, I appreciated the way it played out, but like the spell list, it was actually very like useless.
Well, you know.
Apart from like the detect magic and stuff, but like, yeah.
Yeah, and so that's usually how I do it. Is that like the all the NPCs already have like if not custom shit, then like shit that the players don't have, because all of them are different classes. And if you do things for people or a complete request line, very often they'll give you James giving invoke true name is another example of this, right? James's unique thing is that he has invoked true name, and he gave that out to many people after his quest line was completed. The same way that Daigo gave Mind's Eye to Yamada. So that's usually how I handle quest rewards, is that you get a thing that you don't have from another class. Kind of like multi-classing. It's a thing that I like doing in my campaigns in general. Lucille.
Okay. That's pretty cool.
So Lucille, there are a couple of questions about Lucille. As I'd mentioned, Lucille's funny because she's one of the 3 main antagonists. Lucille, Hephaestus, and Daigo. I think I'd mentioned this. I envisioned them as the 3 main antagonists. But she was by far got snubbed the most, and you guys didn't understand what the fuck she was trying to do the most.
You're welcome.
Yeah. So, to explain the game master, as her theme would entail, Lucille's whole thing is that she was dying. She never explained this, but she was always in a hurry to do something because she was dying. She had an illness that she had contracted a long time ago that didn't actually have anything to do with the curse, and very much wanted immortality. She wanted to live forever. That's why I think she had explained it a little bit to Yamada, in that she wanted to take the curse onto herself because she thought that she could overpower it mentally and then use its powers of immortality to live forever. And that's where she differed from her master, Hephaestus, because Hephaestus wanted to stall and wait to actually use the curse because he knew that he couldn't fully control it. Where Lucille was like, nah, I'd win, bet, give it to me right now. And the reason she was always so rushed, the reason that she was always like doing stuff all the time, was because she was always in a rush to get what she had wanted. And in terms of like what was found inside of her basement, and why Ishan was snooping around inside of Lucille's basement as well, was that Lucille for a while had journeyed around after having a major difference of opinion with Hephaestus, and journeyed around searching for a cure for her illness, but never found one, including going to the United States for a while. And eventually she realized that the only way that she could ever beat her illness was through immortality, was by doing something that was the impossible. So either winning the Grail War or beating or forcing the curse into submission, because in theory you can live forever through the curse. And her laboratory / diary, where it explains all of this, was inside of the basement. That was the basement that Ubel did not go into, so none of this was ever explained. And that was also the basement that Ishan did go into, which was why Ishan had to target Lucille. Because Ishan's goal, and we'll get into this a little bit later, but Ishan's goal was to limit all of the risk factors that could be a problem later on if they ever got out. This is why Lydia was a problem, because Lydia is technically a walking bomb because she can't fully control her powers. And once Ishan learned that Lucille was insane and trying to free the curse because she thought that she was more powerful than it, because she was dying and losing her mind, Ishan goes, "You gotta die, lady." Honestly, I'm really sorry about this. I don't want to do this, but you gotta, like, it is what it is.
You gotta go.
You gotta go. And so that whole plot line, that whole subline was in the background, and was never really touched upon.
Wait, since we were talking about Lucille one, I had a question.
Sure.
I had like a genuine question. If I gave the shard to Lucille, would she survive?
Would she actually win? Was she crazy or would she
Yeah.
win? So
Yeah.
So if it came down to an actual battle, she would lose. But the question is, it would depend on what shard she's trying to conquer and exactly what was said to it, because there are some shards that would just like give up, you know what I mean? Like if it was the Shard of Sorrow, there's like a decent chance that like the Shard of Sorrow, you could probably convince a lot of the shards to give up if you would wanted to, Yamada. But like, if it was like, could she actually force one of the shards of Rocco's Basilisk into submission by herself? No. No.
So me not giving her the shard was a good thing then.
Correct.
I was right. Anyway, moving on. Yeah.
Yeah, she could not win. She was not her. She wasn't Elizabeth. Elizabeth would win.
Okay, yeah. I was genuinely curious about that one.
We all agree she would win.
I mean, what? I don't have any other questions, so you can continue.
Okay. Oh, and just as a side note, I will let it be known, I don't have answers for every single thing that's linked inside of this document, or even like every question that you might have in chat. For like what's Jerry's backstory, etc. But even beyond that, there are times that I've made mistakes, and I know that. I think I admitted one was like I think I said Daigo's son when I actually meant Daigo's daughter, and at the time I didn't realize it was a mistake until like days later, and I was like, do I just like retcon it then? And then I sat on it and waited because I was like, maybe I could find a way that this makes sense, and I never did. And I was like, shit. So now, and then I had to like 3 sessions from the last session. I was like, yeah, by the way, I just made an oopsie. I just said the wrong thing. I just said the wrong thing a couple times. And so like chat was like, was for literal months was like, who is Daigo's son? I didn't mean to. It was just a mistake. I messed that retcon up. Yeah, it was my bad. That does happen in D&D, unfortunately. That's the nature of being live, and also that's the nature of like collaborative stuff. Unfortunately, there are like major differences between like writing a book and doing a D&D campaign. I have a friend that's a writer who recently tried his hand at doing a D&D campaign, being a DM. And he had also mentioned
that
this,
must have.
Yeah, no, he mentioned that it was extremely frustrating because, especially when he made mistakes. Because, so like in a book, if you had made a mistake like the Daigo's child incident, you would just be able to like go back and edit that, right? Before you release the book, you would catch that in editing. But like, I can't just like catch that in editing. And or a lot of it is improv. There are some like not everything is according to my grand master plan that I'm making up all the time. There are many moments of the campaign that you can probably even notice that I'm like, I need a second. I need to think about what the hell happens. Because as I've mentioned, it's less of a story and more of a sandbox that has stories inside of it. And so there are times when, due to improv or a series of things, I back myself into a corner and either have to make up new lore on the spot, and or do things that lead nowhere and don't make sense. That does happen sometimes. It'd be that way. I'm missing over a chat. Quick questions I've always wondered. The session right before Rocco's reveal, Rocco asked Yamada if he wanted to hear who he truly was. Was that because Rocco... the Rocco idea was being a cognito hazard? No, that you are correct. At the time, yes, because of the way that the curse worked and knowing more about it. Nishio's master improv was crazy. Yeah, that was entirely improv. Yes. Okay. So, just wanted to let you all know that beforehand. This isn't even a question.
Everything.
This isn't even a question, by the way.
Yeah, technically.
It's just I love Ubel's free session. Watch. I mean, thumbs up.
I also love Ubel's pre-session. It made me feel things. It definitely was like I left the Discord call and I was like, wow.
Welcome.
Wow,
did it
so it's
late
gonna
in
be
the
like
evening.
so it's
It
gonna
was
be
dark
like
outside.
Dustio.
Yes, unironically.
Oh god, yep. This also isn't necessarily another question. Oh, do I have a list of them? Okay, never mind. It is a question. I can't read. That's the real question. Can I read? I do not have a list of all of the events that were happening behind the scenes in the world, no. Because a lot of those are quote-unquote improv. They're reactions based off of what was happening inside of the campaign at the time. So Jane Doe, I knew because... Oh god, trying to get myself back into the headspace. I knew that Jane Doe, because she was turned away by Noah, quote-unquote turned away multiple times, wanted to know what was inside of the towers because she was working with Ishan, and Ishan and him had a disagreement. God, there's so much stuff that was left on the cutting board. Ishan and her had a disagreement at the start, which caused the assassin to attack Jane Doe, but you never figured that out even though they were working on the same side. Also, I think that there was another one where like Akar had fought Berserker. Just in case you were wondering, Berserker won that. To some extent. We mentioned in the previous campaign, 4 servants the players get are the same. Yes. I think that some of them were most of them. So most of the servants were the same for the first campaign and the second campaign. It was who their masters were that was really spread around. I think that any servant, I think almost all of them were the same. I'd have to think about that for a second. What did Ishan do in Lucille's house? This land of Musuzeme looks ravaged. This was because of what happened when the serpent started to the quote-unquote the war, as it were. After the curse had become a curse, after being exposed to despair over and over and over again, Hephaestus didn't just get to seal it real easy. It wasn't all right, time to seal it, time to lock it away, time to put it in the cage. The curse fought back and fucked up the land of Musuzeme, as you could imagine. You even see that like at the bottom of the Scar Grounds, it was a mass grave of skeletons from the people from the original village. It was because the sealing of the curse was not a quick and easy thing. There's a reason why much of the original village, there's only 3 survivors of the original village, as it were. It's time for bed.
Yeah, it's the ultimate. It's like, shh, go to sleep. It's fine.
Yeah, that's why the Scargrounds existed. So Mr. Dio, Daigo. Oh man, going back, yes. So Daigo, I had to be really careful with Daigo's quotes, and so some of these quotes are correct. Your servant is named Avenger Ouroboros. Ouroboros is not the curse on this land. A lot of things like this, Daigo tells half-truths a lot of the time. This is one of them. And yes, if you go back, you can probably catch a whole bunch of other half-truths that Daigo says, because I was very careful with my words a lot of the time when speaking with Daigo, especially in the beginning, when no one was even really caught on to the fact that he was an asshole. Because Daigo said that Ouroboros is not the curse on this land, which is technically true, because it wasn't Ouroboros that was the curse on this land. It just wasn't Ouroboros.
Damn.
That way. Yep, Daigo was gaslighting the shit out of Yamada for so long. Question
It's
for,
just what it is.
do you even remember, Para, when you started to distrust Daigo?
I feel like it was really early. It was really early. I know it was really early, but I'm not sure when
Hour.
exactly. No.
It was decently fast? Okay. So I don't remember when you first started to really suspect him.
He was like on and off that
I
train
think it
so
was
hard.
this. I think this part. I think when he said like it was not the curse, but I had the feeling that he was lying, yeah. Or probably earlier, I'm not sure. It's been like a year.
Yeah, it has. I remember that you were upset because you kept asking him questions and he didn't straight out lie to you. He just said, I'm not going to tell you that. You were really mad at him about that. You were like, but why won't you give me the answers? And he goes, it's for your own good. Just listen to me, kid.
Yeah, like Don Laffy just said, like, I don't trust him. By I mean like Para, like I as Para, but I as Yamada do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that makes sense. That Yamada trusted him, but you yourself, the player, were like, oh, this guy's really sketch.
This guy is like whack.
So Albert, another one of the characters that was sidelined a little bit. In my mind, Albert was seen as the reverse of James in terms of the character arc, or potential character arc. It's just that Albert didn't need to actually go into action for his character arc. I say that because Albert, I think, was mentioned multiple times, had a demon that he was contracted with, even though he was an archbishop. And his arc was supposed to be about a corruption arc, where James's arc was a redemption arc, where James slowly was trying to redeem himself for past sins. Albert slowly was going to get chipped away at needing to tap more and more into the demon over time to do things such as revive. The problem was that James ended up dying so early that Albert had to give an arm really early into the campaign, so he became a maid for a while, because it was instead of like a slow gradual corruption, he just had to chop off an arm and then become a maid for so long because it was such an extreme cutoff. So,
like, what was his plan anyway before that? Like,
so Albert's goal was that he needed to get back the Grail. And also, notably, it's that if the Grail was going to go inside of the wrong hands, he was going to try to kill anyone that got their hands on the Grail. Because he only really ever cared about the Grail itself. And could slowly have been corrupted into evil if he thought the wrong people were getting their hands on the Grail, or the Grail War started to take a turn for the worse. Like, if he had at any point thought that you guys were actually going to lose the Grail War, things could have gotten bad. But it's just like the way that things turned out. Albert fucking blew up and acted like he didn't know nobody. Yeah, that happens when fucking Noah has to just sit there and watch Maria kill James, like session 6 or something.
There's a question about Honey you passed by, but it actually brings up a question for me about Honey.
Oh.
Yeah. My question in regards to this, that you can go into that as well, is that I don't know how do I ask this? It's not just what was Honey, but like, was Honey ever meant to be something more besides just Honey, like as a little robot?
I mean, Honey was initially, I think that I'd mentioned she has like the soul of an actual woman trapped inside of a machine. She was, for one, the prototype for Athena. That should give you information about what Athena is, by the way. But beyond that, she was Daigo's daughter. And in terms of what she could have been, there were ways in theory that you could have actually revived her, which was one of the ways to make Daigo completely stand down. Is that if you had found out whose soul was inside of Honey, and also found out a way to revive her, like make a body for her, which there are multiple people that know how to make homunculuses, etc. There were ways to fully revive Honey, which would have caused a non-lethal takedown of Daigo, because Daigo would have went, all right, I'm good now. But that was what could have been.
What could have been.
Yep, and so the ending that she got isn't bad. She's just merged with you, you know, in the vineyard.
Save me.
You know, while we were talking about Daigo anyway, while we were still talking about Daigo, if he won, hear me out first, if he won, would he have killed Yamada as well? Like, since he had the curse? Like, what was his wish anyway?
Truly, his wish was to die. And so the problem is that he was immortal, and he had tried to find ways to cease his existence before. But being part of the collective with Rocco's Basilisk meant that he was never actually allowed to. And so he needed something like the Holy Grail or the permission of the curse itself in order to truly fade away. Because he's just tired. He's a tired boss. And so there was no real reason for him to actually take you with him unless you wanted to.
Okay, so no, because like I was basically holding like his servant, basically, like his ticket to like winning the Grail, basically. Right?
Yeah, to some extent, yeah. But
Because
also,
I
I think that you would ask if he had gotten his wish, would he have taken you with him? And then the answer is no, because he really did want you to, like, he didn't hate you or anything like that. He just
but like he know that I would die in like a few months or something, like that, because like I'm
yeah, but like you get to live.
He didn't think that far,
you get
didn't
to
he?
live life for a little bit longer, like.
You know, I should have revived him. I should have revived him. I should have just revived him and then like, fuck you.
Oh man.
I'm glad we
Okay,
both
that's my last question. Okay, yeah. Do you guys have any question?
There's a whole document still.
Yeah, we still have the document.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot.
Ubel talks with Hephaestus about the Arya family. Said that a very foolish man, made a very foolish error. One of his experiments. Very sad man wouldn't let go of his hatred toward a thing that wronged him. Elaborate. Oh man, I don't remember this.
Hey, I don't feel like you said the please and the heart very well.
Please, Uwu. I do not remember this conversation, unfortunately. It was about the Arya family.
Damn.
Because it sounds like he's talking about Hephaestus and Daigo. A very made or you air as in, or you sure it's not air, like ERROR. I sent you ancient lore. Please respond, Ubel. Because my initial idea is that this line, if this is air as an ERROR instead of air, this sounds like Hephaestus, and this sounds like Daigo. About the Arya family, I'm not sure. This could be a car. I do not remember this conversation. If this wasn't about Hephaestus and Daigo, then I do not know. I do not know.
I think it is error. Can you say
Error? Yeah. So because I can understand.
Yeah.
Error.
It's because
They're pronounced
of the way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
this
in your accent.
Error. Yeah.
Error and
error. So it might be that he's talking about Hephaestus in this first line, and then, but I don't know why he would be talking about the Arya family. Or because like if it was just the Arya family made a choice that they couldn't take back, this would be whatchamacallit. This could refer to either Raoul Arya's choice to betray his family and be quote unquote subservient to Ishvalda, or the Raoul Arya's father making the choice to fight till the very last breath, which caused Raoul to kill him. So yeah. This depends. I would need to listen to myself during session 7, so I'm not sure. Akar fighting Berserker. Yes, this happened. What happened then? Also, Akar and Amir talked about Ishvalda. I love stuff that happens back. Yeah. So, yep. Akar had fought Berserker. It wasn't to a complete standstill. Lancer had realized that Berserker was going to had seemingly more mana than him, and just backed out for now. Lancer did sell an ancient artifact to buy boost from Olivia. Yes, this did happen. I don't think we found about
you.
Yes, he did. He sold Lancer sold an ancient artifact to Olivia for booze, for a barrel of booze.
Damn. I guess he has priorities straight.
Absolutely. This one I do remember. This was during the flashback session with Yamada, where Yamada learned who his servant was. This was Nishio's quote: "When they find out about your sin, what would they do? Souls don't come from nowhere." He was talking. Who was he referring to? He's talking about Hephaestus. He's talking about the creation of the homunculus. He's talking about the fuel that Hephaestus used to create Rakka's basilisk in the first place. Guayalor already did that. And yes, this is also where Lucille gave, and this is a trait of Hephaestus's that you learn is consistent. He never gave the curse a name. This was something that the curse had mentioned, because to the curse, to Hephaestus, the curse was just a tool, the same way that he never gave honey a name. Lucille gave honey her name because Hephaestus just doesn't see people as people anymore, because he's lost all of his humanity, which is part of his one of his traits. Oh, this is funny. So, Para, do you remember? You're Chinese, actually.
Yo!
Do you remember this? So, yes.
Oh.
This goes back into this goes back into some of the original planning that me and Para were doing for his character. And so Para, for the most part, had just given me the instruction.
That's
all right, Dio.
old.
Yes, yeah. All right, Dio. You make my backstory. I don't want to know what my backstory is. And I on that day I did the Grinch smile because Para had no idea what he was in for. By giving me license to write his backstory. But
okay, now I remember. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Hold up. Chat. So basically, the only thing I said to him, like he was asking me like, wait, I asked him like, can I be a homunculus? And then he laughed and stuff like that. So he handled this story, and the only thing I remember about that is that I think the ending I had an idea for was just like me going into like the mist that was like enveloping China, basically.
Yes.
That was like the ending I had before this.
Yes. Oh god, if you remember way long ago, when I had first described to you this world, I had mentioned that China, due to a thing called Operation Jade, which we don't need to get into, they covered their entire country in the mist. And Yamada, like where he was in between his first escape so many years ago, and the actual campaign, Yamada escaped, went to China, got lost in the space-time paradox that is the mist, and then came out and went back to Daigo. So that's what
We can
happened.
just use that.
That's what had happened.
We can just use
that's
that.
what the time skip happened, because the mist disregards space and time. That's one of the things that it does. And so he was basically time transported through the mist in China into the current day. That's how he time jumped, even though that was never explained. It was never explained. I was like, oh yeah, we never did. Yeah, Yamada's Chinese. But anyway.
Chat, I'm gonna be real with you. I don't even know that. I just learned that today.
Oh god, I think I told you that before. I told you that
No.
when you had talked about wanting to be
You
from
did.
China. I'm almost positive. It was
No.
like an offhanded
You
thing,
did.
though.
I was there.
Yeah, okay. It was like
I remember.
very
No, you
brief.
didn't.
It was like very brief though. Anyway, the after Akar was bullying Elizabeth, after Akar was getting bullied by Elizabeth, Assassin went behind him. What happened then? Assassin went behind Akar. Oh, I think it was just chilling. I don't think he did anything that was like. Oh, he was talking to him. I think I remember this. I don't think it was super consequential. I think that he was asking about. Oh, he was. I think it was trying to figure out how many command seals Akar had. Because Assassin's whole thing was that he wanted command seals. I'm almost positive. The key, I had mentioned that was the key to the gates. When Yamada DM'd Daigo, and then heard Hephaestus walking.
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah.
Yeah, I never gotten to really explain this because I think that this was like I think in one of the bad ones. So I may have just forgotten this. To bring this up, but that was the final straw, and I wish I should have found a way to do this on screen, but it was Hephaestus basically asking, hey, are you gonna be a dick about this? Can we just like talk out our differences? And Daigo screaming. That was what had happened then. Was that Hephaestus had walked up to Daigo and gone, hey bud, can we work out our differences? And Daigo said no. That's what had happened. We saw a door. Oh, you had asked about this, Slorak, the door. Or was it yeah, the door, yeah.
I think I've done that, yeah. Yeah, we were good.
Yep. Probably a case of eye for gore, but it would be amazing if it was sabers. Lol. Sabers.
Hindsight.
Sabers. Two command seals from Elizabeth. One off screen that you don't remember. So the one off screen was whatchamacallit? Oh god, who was this?
I know that I gave like a lot to
You gave
to
so many to
Assassin.
Assassin. You gave so many command seals
Yeah.
to Assassin. I am almost positive. Oh fuck! It was someone that needed to get into the towers, and they gave a command
How many
seal to get into the tower. I don't remember who it was though.
How many children did we get killed by letting him go free?
How many children? I mean, Assassin probably. Again, Assassin only did that because they broke the deal. So as long as no villages break any deals with them, 0.
But there's like really no more like villages. He's gonna go to like a city and they're gonna be like, he's gonna be like, listen, I paid my rent. We're gonna have to evict you.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, and yeah, each of the shards, you actually nailed it. Each of the shards was different depending on whose souls were made up of it. So like the one had Nishio's soul, and so a lot of it was flavored by that, etc., etc. One was in my mind, the start of Shoro, that was Lucille's locked behind the in the Scar Grounds. I think, as you mentioned, the Shard of Rage was the one that was locked underneath the one in the Blair Manor, etc., etc. Their favorite foods? I don't have their favorite foods. What do you mean, their favorite foods? In the first campaign, Nishio liked curry, so I'll say that the Nishio shard, his favorite food is curry.
I mean, we can make them
like
up right
basketball
now.
player,
Like,
or-
one of them probably like apple.
Yes, one of them. So apple, curry, LeBron.
Yes, yeah.
That was a really good joke, by the way.
Thank you, thank you,
Oh.
thank you.
I want to say it went appreciated.
Fucking hell, that was beautiful.
And Kobe steak as well, right?
Yeah, Kobe steak, Kobe cheese as well, Kobe Jack.
Because just eats basketball players at this rate.
The curse do be ballin'. Yeah, I have no idea about their favorite foods.
Ask them.
True.
So this one is very, very interesting. I remember reading this and then just smiling to myself. So a couple things about Hephaestus. For one instance, you've pointed out something that's very interesting. I was like, so yes, why did Hephaestus need Noah to activate stuff? If he himself was a time mage. So for one, the bracelet was a massive nerf to him. But also, and we see this at the very end when Hephaestus got upset and showed like actual emotion for, I think, one of the only times in the campaign, was that. So on one hand, I'll get into why it nerfed him, but the emotional reason was that Hephaestus truly did want someone to agree with him. That was one of the main things, is that like you see him try to convince like Ubel, and you see him try to convince Noah on multiple occasions. He wanted desperately for someone to look at what he was doing and say that what he was doing was right. He wanted that validation, even though he was like set in his ways and like was going to do what he was going to do anyway. The guilt of everything that he was doing was eating him alive subconsciously, and he wanted some validation. He wanted Noah to follow in his footsteps, and that was why he took steps to awakening Noah's magic, his time magic, hoping that Noah would do the same thing that Hephaestus did as his son, was hoping that his son would take up his mantle. Beyond that, and this is just a cool lore thing about Hephaestus, his bracelet did actually nerf him. And if you look, his second boss battle wasn't in the real world. It was in the dream world inside of one of the towers. And that was because Hephaestus isn't actually that good of a mage. Allow me to explain. I think this was mentioned in like a pre-session, I think. So there are two different things that you would need to be a good mage. There is one, the innate ability and or somehow to generate mana, right? You need mana. But beyond that, you also need the ability to weave spells. Hephaestus had, in terms of the entire campaign, or even not even the entire campaign, beyond the entire world, Hephaestus has some of the best spell weaving, and can do things that no other mages can. Through magic, all things are possible, etc., etc. He had very little mana. Hephaestus had almost zero mana. That's why he had the bracelet, which was basically just a battery. And the reason he had very little mana was because he had removed so much of his actual human parts that he was mostly just a machine. And it turns out machines don't have magical circuits. In the pursuit of progress, Hephaestus had eventually removed everything that made him human and had nothing left to channel mana, and so he created things like the bracelet to serve as a battery so that he could even cast spells to begin with. And so, yes, destroying his bracelet did actually massively nerf Hephaestus, and which was why his second boss fight was inside of the realm of dreams, where mana is a social construct. Yeah, so Hephaestus, in terms of power level, very funny. Because he just he saw his own flesh as a weakness, and so he just created a mana battery for himself to channel his spells. And he truly did. He wanted his son to agree with him.
Damn.
And it said his son
Should have broke the vault for that.
his son fucking sent him to the eternal void and then made a vineyard.
Well, to be fair, I think he's okay now. I don't know.
Correct. I mean, he passed on. I don't know if okay is the correct word, but it is what it is.
Listen, there's a hot lady there. He's fine.
If the curse was released into the world, was it going to become a beast of humanity? It basically is, yeah. In my mind, in terms of power level, Raka's Basilisk would be something on beast level. It would probably be beast class as well. That's like a fate question specifically. I mean, it looks like the river Styx. I'd always imagined it to be like a purple black, almost like a starry river. On the side of which Beast of Greed. I don't know what beast it would be. I was saying that like it would be beast tier, as it were, if you know what I mean. And actually,
oh my god,
Iris
yes, I see
all
something.
right. Actually, I need this. So let me get this real quick because I have to go to the restroom, and so now this is not a question for me. Right now, on the spot, full Iris backstory score in detail right now. I will be right back. It's up to you.
Oh fuck! Oh shit! Wait, what? No, wait, guys.
Scark, give me like 1 minute. I need to get some water. But after that, I expect a full backstory on Iris.
I say just tell the story. Just go. I believe.
Shit, I didn't necessarily.
No, you know this. You were there. You grew up with her, right?
Yeah, no, I know. Like, you see, definitely, Fuck. So, guys, Iris Baxter from Scoring on Full Deal. Sorry, Iris. As we said, was born in New York, right? That was one of the few things we did say, and that's why Liz was on and that's why she Liz approached Noah, right? Because like, hey, how do you impress a New Yorker? However, Iris didn't actually stay a long time in New York, right? She was born there, but she wasn't raised there. Very quickly, her parents took her and relocated to England because her parents were actually very poor and couldn't really make do, right? Both of her parents were kind of just laborer types. Her father was a laborer, her mother was like a stay-at-home mother, right?
Laborer. Oh.
Yeah. Forensic skill issue. Yeah. So they went to England because her mother had some very distant ties to a family of small nobles, which are not the Blairs, right? It was a family of small nobles that they kind of were like, hey, could we like work for you as like servants, right? And that was when Iris was like 4, right? That was right. So she doesn't really remember, New York. But she knows she was born there. So they started working there with these other like small time, small time mage nobles who turned out to be mages, right? And it turns out that particular family not only was mages, but they were kind of fucked up mages. Like they were mages that were using humans to do mage shit, right? And eventually, right, they were like, you know what? You guys, you're like the cleaners. You will eventually get to learn this anyway. So there you go, guys. We trust you enough. We use human like experiments essentially, right? And Iris's parents were like, wow, that's fucked up. We're leaving. And they were like, you're what? No, you can't leave. We told you our big secret that's gonna fuck us up if the rest of Mage community knows about this. We're killing you now. And so essentially that whole thing happened when the Blair family was like visiting, because they're a fellow noble family, and they were like,
Mhm.
hey, we're gonna like have like a banquet, right? And as that was happening, Iris's parents try to make their getaway because they're like, cool, there's another family visiting and we're gonna have them distracted. So the different noble family was like, oh, no, you don't. And they killed them, killed Iris's parents. And then they were gonna try to kill the Blairs to cover it up. But Gaius just kind of, no.
Blair
They just
stands.
kind of, yeah,
Yeah.
just kind of Blair stands Uno reverse card and just fucking, just beat the shit out of them. And well, Iris didn't really have anywhere to go, so bada bing, bada boom, she became a servant of the Blair household.
All right.
So there you go.
I got back just in time.
You got back just in time.
Dude, you don't understand.
Oh.
Holy, the law is deep, dear. Holy shit.
Oh, and I had remembered as a side note, I had remembered because I had forgotten a little bit of a question earlier. It was like Jane Doe being attacked by assassin, even though Jane Doe was on the side of Ashan and assassin was Ashan's servant. As a side note, and I remember what had happened this time, and I just thought that this was funny, so I did it. What had really happened was that, if you remember, assassin was under the command seal to guard the towers, and what had happened was that,
I think I see where this is
and
going.
so assassin, if you saw, he would allow people through the towers if they paid the price, but other than that, he would not let anyone through the towers. Jane Doe walked up after the command seal was used on assassin, and Jane Doe went, hey, I literally work with your boss, let me through the tower. And assassin goes, not without paying the troll toll. And so Jane tried to force her way through and got fucked up by assassin, which was really unfortunate. I do remember now. Yes, I thought that was really funny to do in the background, because it also threw the scent off of the idea that Ishan, it was like a red herring that Ishan and Jane were working together in the first place. It was like, why would they be attacking each other if they were working together? Well, surprise, it was because Ishan is stupid and he used the command seal and didn't specify anyone else that was allowed inside the towers. And Assassin is a dickhead, so he took that literally.
I'm actually a little sad that you weren't there for the backstory, because that has something that you may be able to use.
Face.
That was surprisingly deep.
It was.
Oh,
There was
amazing.
there was love, there was betrayal, there was
It was a lot.
deep family ties. There was a common Gaius W as usual. It was fantastic. That was a whole campaign. It's Jesus.
Wonderful.
Whew.
I could go back and I'll listen to the the backstory given when the stream is over. Oh,
There we go. We gave the DM some homework.
yep. So for this one and to this one a little bit, time is an illusion, as I've mentioned this before. In character time doesn't exist. It's not real. It'd be that way. It's so hard to get time right inside of a D&D campaign. And like, if you actually are tracking time, that shit is a nightmare. I've tried multiple times, and even as a DM of like going on like 8 years, I still can't do it correctly.
That makes me very glad hearing that, because now I can just tell time to go fuck itself.
Yep, yeah. And this is also why I usually ban any features or feats inside of the campaign that have to do with time. For example, money making feats, I usually just hand wave it and tell you to fuck off. Because it's like, oh, but Dio, it tells me I get an income of X amount of gold per day. How about I shoot you with a gun instead? I don't know if one day is going to be 27 hours of in-character dialogue, or if one day is going to be talked about in one sentence. So I have no idea how to track your goal. What if we time skipped? You get like a whole bunch of, I don't fucking know. So yeah. Time is a construct. Time sucks and I hate it.
Time is an illusion.
You know how much dream money Noah had? It was insane.
True. Oh man. Lydia. So Lydia was at the village. When Akar had confronted Yamada. Akar had only gone there to check up on everyone. So Lydia wasn't with him, even though Lydia was often with him. I think like also one of the questions from below is also was there anything between Akar and Lydia? This was just like a more of a headcanon thing, even though I say that as the author, as it were. Lydia did have feelings for Akar, but Akar was so fucking stupid and headstrong that he never noticed.
Fantastic. I love him.
Oh no,
Way
you're
to make
right.
me
She
feel
was
worse
outside
about
of
not using
Lydia.
the coin on him.
She wasn't anywhere near close. Well, I say she was near where the village was. God, leading up the giant stairs. But she wasn't close enough. She didn't listen in on the conversation. I'm pretty sure. We love that in a man. Yeah, Akar had never. And probably would never notice. It would probably take. He would have had to survive, and then also probably someone would have had to sit down and explain it to him.
Like a car. So as you see, do you know what love is?
Scark. We need to revive him.
I think that ship has sailed.
Love is the
Use the coin.
to Akar. Love is the feeling he gets when he beats the shit out of someone.
Oh no, a car! No, don't do that.
Okay. Liz was planning to fuck up Raul, knowing that he was against Ishvalda, for allying with Yamada. I think that was for a moment. Yes, there were a couple of times where Liz saw Raul as an enemy, but never fully pulled the trigger on it. Because that just didn't want that heat. I think, right? Like it just like wasn't worth it. Yeah, she was
To
like,
be fair, I think Liz saw everyone as an enemy at some point.
true. True.
At least doesn't have friends. Just like
Yeah.
It's just people
the
who are
temporary
who,
allies.
people who could become enemies.
And these were a couple of things about Ubel. This was the arc where this I think was actually that post that Kaiser had made inside of Harmacists discussion. This was Ubel was very world hating after understanding the curse wanted to kill everyone. This was when Kaiser went into my DMs and posted shoot Yamada prophet. Was this arc. And yeah, Ubel did promise to repay Caster. Lol.
Listen, he was a dick.
What is Yamada's full lore? I think we had already talked about this a decent amount. Yamada. Oh, you were talking. So Yamada, his actual like the soul that made him up was nothing more than
That one.
Yeah, he was nothing more
A
than
random
a farmer.
Chinese man.
Not a Chinese man, but anyway.
Oh.
He was nothing more than a farmer. Specifically, he was friends with Grace. Grace knew him personally, who Yamada was before. He had whatchamacallit. He had been used by, had been turned into paste by Hephaestus. And Grace was going to explain about what Hephaestus had did to him and the people that were around him. But Yamada rejected his lore. I reject my humanity.
I mean, I did thought about it. Like, since Grace and Yamada is alive, he would probably just like ask her again. But I don't think he would. But there was a possibility of that.
Yeah, so Grace knew Yamada before Yamada became Yamada. Grace knew the soul that made up Yamada's homunculus, that Hephaestus used as glue. Ishan was trying to mostly kill Lydia because she was a bomb. She was too unstable. So there were a couple of things going on with Ishan. So specifically, notably, if you look at the picture, the big picture, I say, the Federazia wanted Lydia back as their princess, because she was extremely powerful, if not unstable. This posed a problem for Ishan, who worked for America. So it wasn't necessarily just because Lydia was a bomb. It was specifically because Lydia was a bomb that the Federazia, or Russia, was going to try to reclaim. And America viewed Lydia not as a person, but as a asset that they could not allow the Federazia to get their hands on again. That's why he was a double agent, quote unquote, working for the Federazia for so long, because he was trying to get inside information about what was happening there. And also, it was just a political thing. America would not allow Lydia to fall into the Federatia's hands, and would rather kill her than allow her to do that. And so that's why I think that he had posed it once, but like the two options that Ishan was going to pose was either come to America or die. Those were the from America's perspective, that was the only answers that Ishan could have given. Who made the blizzard? Hephaestus. Hephaestus trapped everyone inside. Again, he wanted chaos to reign because he knew that Daigo and Lucille weren't going anywhere, and those were his major issues. So he invited a whole bunch of people and then trapped them all inside of a battle royale, hoping that he could just go under the radar. I think, as I had mentioned multiple times, I think that was kind of his strategy, was that like the players were dealing with like the banquet and everything like that, and I was like, by the way, Hephaestus is doing things in the background, by the way, because that was his whole plan, was that he invited a whole bunch of people here, caused them all to fight amongst each other so that his enemies would never track him down. So that's he had
motherfucker.
Hephaestus.
Guys, can you believe that guy?
Akar probably said some stupid shit to Ryder on his way past the river Styx. I don't know if there's something specific. Backstory of Liz's body replacement monk.
Holy shit. Which one of us should do that?
I'm leaving
Is
that
that
to
more
you.
of a me thing or more of a you thing?
Or I
Probably
give him
that
another
too.
lore dump about a magic noble family.
Am I the, like, you know, basically, like, have I become the just improv an entire backstory out of the blue, man? Is that what we're doing right now?
Well, I
Yes.
mean, you spawned them.
Okay, look. For Iris, I get it. Ha ha hoo hoo. Funny, you know, funny Iris, you know, character. But for the monk, I just needed a new body. Okay, that's not my fault.
A chap poking you with a stick. Do improv, man.
All right. You know what? Fuck it. Can you guys like answer another question as I'm thinking
Sure,
of
sure.
like, you know?
Sure,
Oh,
sure.
God. The Amir. Yeah, Amir was only in. So obviously, Amir's code name was the water comparatively to Akar, who was the fire inside of my mind. By the way, based off of RRR, watch that movie. Don't have to get into it anyway.
Yo, let's
where Akar wanted vengeance for what was done, but Amir wanted to move past that in some way. They mirrored each other's character growth, etc., where Amir, as the older brother, understood that there were sacrifices that had to be made, and his own happiness and his own emotions were one of the sacrifices. Just as a side note, Amir has white hair, and I know that like there are other characters that have white hair as well. What happened to him is just fight with the Rakshasa. Yeah, so the Amir, similar to Maria, but not to the same extent, had lost something to the Rakshasa, but we had never let him know. Dio, can you tell me if me and James's kids go to school? I'm gonna ignore that question for now.
Good
Good
well,
Lord.
I mean, we sadly know the answer.
Yeah, correct. Can we revive him, please? I think that we've made the decision that Akar is going to stay dead, unfortunately. I think I've answered most of the questions about Akar. In terms of like his plans with him and Raoul, it just kind of depended. I set up the situation where, again, especially when you compare him with Amir, the question is a question of vengeance and if revenge is necessary. Because Akar wanted to die, like to be the main character of Cyberpunk Edgerunners. I forget his name, David, where he's like, I just want to blow up and then act like I don't know nobody, like burn my. Literally, he is fire. He has fire powers. And he also has the Surtur ability. This is like unique power. He wanted to burn his life away for something, where Amir wanted nothing more than to just have Akar survive and live because as his older brother. And that comparatively, also thematically, in terms of going to extremes, Raoul Aria, if you think about it, Raoul Aria destroyed anything that was in his way and burned away everyone that was close to him. He killed his own father, and Raul Aria did everything in the for the that was the price of power, as it were, that Castor had always talked about. And so Raul Aria became a monster in order to achieve his goal. And the thematic resonance with Akar was that Akar was willing to burn away his own life and was willing to burn away things around him in order to get vengeance, thus becoming exactly like the person that he hated, right? And so the question was, how far was Akar willing to go? Because there was that moment at the start of the campaign where Akar was going to potentially get the entire village killed by antagonizing the Ishvaldans. Which would have caused the bloodshed, and would have caused him to lose his home in the price of vengeance, and it would have become the same thing that Raul Aria was. Raul Aria was a monster because he had sacrificed everything for power, sacrificed everything for his vengeance against Ishvalda, and they even had the same enemy, right? Both Akar and Raul both hate Ishvalda. It was the means about which they were willing to go to, and Akar eventually was beaten the shit out of and told to sit down, and eventually realized that he didn't need to do that, and that really the reason why he wanted vengeance was for his people, and so he died protecting his people instead of dying for his own selfish vengeance, like Raul Aria may or may not inside of the Ishvalda campaign.
Yeah.
Lucille wanted the bracelet because of the whatchamacallit, and she wanted the left eye from Daigo because of Mind's Eye. I think, yeah, I mentioned, yeah, I answered most of these questions. What would her wish be if she won the Grail? She just want immortality, someone to cure her illness. That's all. Bribing the oh god, Dio answered me. Did me and James, I don't know, random Hungarian girl he married in his short life? I'm being bribed.
Dorian, you have to let it go, Dorian.
You know what?
I
say we roll some dice.
at the very least,
This is deranged.
this is deranged. I'll say that on the bucket list, I'll at the very least say he may or may not have met a Hungarian woman once. We'll say that. I'll leave it as ambiguous as possible.
No, I don't. I don't speak. If I speak, I'm in big trouble.
We look forward to your fan fiction.
Oh god. I thought our quest line was much bigger than what had happened. So that Lydia could have been. It just depends on whether or not you chose to focus on it or not. And I say that because Lydia had had immense magical power. When we were talking about like mana versus technique, she had very little technique because she had never formally studied or whatnot. But Lydia had giga mana because she was an experiment made by the Federazia. Again, themes of being an experiment, themes of fate, themes of being a creation, etc. So she could have been big in a couple of different ways. It just turned out that she didn't play as big of a part inside of this version of the campaign. And yes, there was a potential path where Lydia hates her. This gets into, so in terms of what had actually happened to Lydia and Olivia, Olivia was not her mother. I think it was explained. The Ava did not lie when explaining this, is that Lydia was stolen from her actual family and her actual parents because Olivia wanted her to get the ability to live a free life. And depending on how you talked to Lydia, and depending on if like things that had happened, it was possible to drive a wedge between the two. But that would have involved a lot more conversations with the Federazia.
All right. So, question, right?
Mm-hmm.
How is Japan called again?
Izumo.
Izumo. Cool. So, right, the monk girl, correct? That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. He's cooking.
The monk girl, or colloquially known by her friends and peers, Rin, right? Rin was born in I just fucking connected that. Izumo as in Daigo Izumo?
Yes.
Yeah, he gave birth to her.
How?
No.
Yeah, I just realized what I said. I
Th-
apologize.
This
Kaiser
goes into
didn't-
something else that. So I had mentioned that Ishvalda was the other campaign. So I had mentioned that the two campaigns past this were Ishvalda and Izumo. Daigo did have massive connections to the leader of Japan. Let's just not get into it. There's no reason. Let's not get into it.
I would like full details, please.
Yeah, I would also like full detail.
Thanks, Dio.
Moving past that. Yeah, Daigo did have massive connections to the Emperor of Japan. Let's not talk about it.
Okay, cool. So, Rin, right, is from Izumo, and she's actually the heiress of a massive conglomerate over there. Because, as I remember from the pre-session, Japan rejected magic and embraced technology. They
Right.
returned to computer.
Yes.
So,
just like Monkey.
yeah, reject magic, return to computer. However, right, her mother had actually fallen ill with an illness that wasn't actually curable by any of the technological means that her ultra technologically, minded father could find, right? And so she started secretly studying magic. And she's like, no, father, I'm telling you that we can cure mother by using magic. And he's like, no, magic is unreliable and stupid and is going to kill you, right? It's like, but mother is already dying. And they had all of this back and forth, right? And eventually, like, what her father wanted was for her to take over the company and basically kind of become this like big sort of conglomerate, right? But she's like, you know what I'm gonna do? I am going to use our like really big technology, because whether she wants or not, she's very technologically savvy, right? And I am going to, during one of our business trips, fuck with the computers of my self-flying jet to make it seem like it crashed, right? And where does it crash? In Tibet. And she's like,
Insane.
I know that there's a ley line there, right? Because I have a lot of connections to technology. So I'm gonna go there and I'm gonna learn magic and I'm gonna return and cure my mother. And then she got killed by fucking by Yamada, because Yamada was a dick.
Beautiful.
Boring.
Oh, I'm not.
Beautiful.
So there you go.
Amazing. Absolute cinema.
That
Okay, I mean,
probably
to be-
is also something for the fucking sequel adventures of Liz, reuniting Rin with her
I
father.
mean, to be fair, I was gonna say like all of that just to die. Anyway, moving on.
The
There you go. guys.
I like how you say
Very good
all of that just to die, as if none of them had lives
Yeah.
and people that cared about them.
Anyway, then moving on. That's why I said.
No. Those are my magic.
Oh no.
Oh no.
The cat's playing Magic the Gathering.
I left out my binders. I forgot he really thinks that they're really funny to lay on. Anyway, I'm back.
There you go. Don't you guys feel better that we use the coin on her now instead of a car?
Car, yeah.
Dude, she has a whole mother to go save. There's a lot to work on.
Wait.
Maybe there'll be a cure in the clock tower. Who knows? You know,
So
Since
it's all tying together.
oh no, I thought Dio was handling like his binder.
oh no, I'm back. I can answer a few of these questions really quickly actually. So Walter plus Noah were tied together, and kind of had stuff to do with Amir as well, which why part of the reason why Amir got silent a little bit. So if you've noticed, none of the party actually ever went to the outpost that Pandora set up. That's where Fred was the entire campaign, and like Fred kind of didn't get much of it as well. Is because
We were a little distracted.
yeah, you guys never went to the Pandora outpost a single time. And there was going to be a plot line where you found out that there was actually a guy from Pandora that could get past the blizzard. and he was going to be from outside, and he was going to come inside of Tibet because there was a contact, there was a communication from Pandora HQ, and Walter would have been that guy. He's a butler type. You can imagine with the name Walter. He's like a stereotypical uses threads and whatnot butler, kind of like a Helsing, you can imagine. And he was kind of tied into Noah. Noah was an archaeologist who also was initially from Pandora, but had settled inside of this village a very long time ago. But that has I don't want to get into it because we didn't use so much of the shit from those two, and or yeah, etc. As an elf, this Noah had lived for a very long time, and had actually been inside of Pandora at one point, which had implications, especially if Walter was here. But you know, we don't need to talk about it.
Wow, Noah would have hated him. He's just the cooler Noah.
And also, fucking this shit. Okay, Bernard, you're not gonna believe me. Actually, hold up. This shit's super funny. So, yeah. Because Bernard and Hephaestus are actually tied together. So I think that you would mention, aren't he and the CIA friends? Isn't he Oppenheimer too? So you are forgetting that there are 2 USAs in my campaign. And so no, Hephaestus is not an ally of the USA, because Hephaestus, and I think I talked about this like a while ago, but I've never really went into it, I don't think. Hephaestus is from the Olympus. So the America is split into East and West. The East has tried to keep up the American values. It's tried to stay as America. New York is still called New York. Sometimes it's called Hell Salem's Lot, but mostly it's just called New York. It's where Noah came from, so obviously it's still very much the United States. And that's where things like the FBI and CIA are still there. The entire western half of the United States is not considered the United States anymore. It is considered Neo-Olympus. That is the country that is now taking place over there with its headquarters in California. That's where its capital is. And Neo-Olympus, it's going to take a while because I would have to, their whole society, it's a whole thing. I've run 3 separate campaigns inside of Neo-Olympus. Like it's a whole thing. But if you could not tell just from the term Neo-Olympus, Neo-Olympus is heavily based off of you can imagine, cyberpunk, Greco-Roman inspirational stuff, where certain people are given the title of gods, like the Greek gods, and those people are very high in status. Like your name is really important inside of Neo-Olympus. Names in general are something that is are held of a high stature. And just as an example, there is a law that goes into effect that the main, I think it was 9 gods of the Greek pantheon, you are not allowed legally to name your child one of those names. You are legally not allowed to name your child like Zeus, Hephaestus, or Athena, because those are like job titles almost. Like instead of like the Secretary of Defense, they have Poseidon. And the Poseidon is like a role and a person and a title that is handed down to that individual that holds that position in that society. And if you haven't clued in, this is where Hephaestus is from. So no, Hephaestus is actually the enemy of the United States, because Hephaestus was not working for the United States when he made, as I say, Athena, which caused the rift and broke apart the United States to begin with. So that's a long explanation involving background lore. And yet there is Zeus in Olympus. Yes. Zeus is the de facto leader of Neo-Olympus, and he is the one, as I've mentioned, so again, you could think of them as titles. Whoever is the president or main ruler of Neo-Olympus, the leader, is Zeus. So whatever they were before, whoever they, whoever they are, when they get elected, or elected. Anyway, let's not get into it. When they get elected into that position, they become Zeus. Et cetera, et cetera.
Damn.
So that was explaining, but yeah, you know. Made a weapon that allowed him to bypass naming law. No, Hephaestus was Hephaestus was friends with the original Zeus, and Hephaestus was given the title of Hephaestus because of what he did with the creation of Athena. Because his real name was Reginald. I think I'd mentioned multiple times. It was Reginald Laurent. Reginald Laurent is the real person, and he was given the title of Hephaestus by Zeus for the creation of Athena, which blew up everything. And back to Bernard. We never got into Bernard. I'm just gonna say that he was knocked out cold for most of the campaign. Let's not get into it, because the initial party, Bernard was actually like one of the main people inside of the campaign, which was really important because his theme got taken down, so I'll use the Billy the Kid for a moment. So Bernard was an ex FBI agent, specifically an ex Navy SEAL, who had worked for the American government. And this was never a plot line that we got into because whatchamacallit, Bernard just like wasn't present. Like he was just chilling because he was really tied in with like Lydia's plotline and stuff like that. He was just too drunk. He was too drunk. But the thing about him was that he was actually hiding out in Musuzeme. As I'd mentioned multiple times, Musuzeme was a place where people went for refugee, went as like a refugee. He was here to seek refuge in a place where no one would ever find him because he had failed on a mission for the FBI. What was his mission? His mission was that he was initially, during the war, the civil war between Americas, he was sent on a Navy SEAL operation to kill Hephaestus and failed to do so. We didn't have to get into it, but that was Bernard's whole thing. Was that, and also he was, and multiple times, he was like, so he was sent on a Black Ops mission undercover to try and kill Hephaestus, which failed. And so then he crashed out as hell and retired inside of Musuzeme. And yes, Bernard and Jane No would have known each other, but Bernard just he was super sidelined at this version of the campaign, so I just didn't get into it.
Damn. That's
Damn.
Now I'm curious because Bernard and Atlan in this whole thing were friends, and I know that you made Atlan for this campaign specifically.
Correct.
But how does Atlan fit into this?
Atlan,
Is there any?
Atlan wasn't working with the U.S. I think I mentioned Atlan was a mercenary, and after Bernard crashed out really hard, there was a time period. This was actually so how Bernard got to Musuzeme originally was, well, in the first campaign, let's not talk about it. But in the second campaign, in my mind, after crashing out super hard and quitting the military in the U.S., he became a mercenary for a few years where he met Atlan, and then Atlan brought him back home, right? Atlan was like, hey, you can crash at my place for a while, after they became war buddies as mercenaries. So yeah, that was the full timeline of Bernard. Bernard was a Black Ops agent working for the United States government. He failed on a mission to assassinate Hephaestus, crashed out super hard, became a mercenary, met Atlan, and then Atlan brought him back to Musuzeme. So yeah, that's
Now I'm curious.
that's Bernard. He never showed up, but just in terms of that's his backstory. That's why what his whole deal was, and you can imagine there were his whole plot line had to do with Hephaestus, but we don't have to get into it. Ling is a tragic character. I don't think you asked a question. Oh, did you plan for him to have a good ending? A little bit. As you already said, you did it well. So yes, eventually Yamada did find a way to unpawn him from Daigo, partially just by killing Daigo. Good job, Yamada. Good job. Round of applause.
No need to thank me. No need to thank me.
Yeah. But Ling Well, I think every character has potential good ends and bad ends, and I think we mentioned it up here in terms of Daigo. As I mentioned, one of the ways to completely change Daigo's mind is by reviving Honey. But they were two ships passing in the night. They never really got to talk to one another. So it is what it is. There were other ways to make him change his mind. The main problem is that it's really, really hard to just be like hope core about Daigo. Just be like, no, Daigo, don't you believe in the power of friendship and love and hope? Because, bro, Daigo's been through so much shit. So like it's really, really, really hard to just try to like full on hope core Daigo, because Daigo, like, he lost his child, was betrayed by everyone that he ever knew. His god turned out to be a curse upon everything. He has the curse of immortality, so he can't die. He's tried to kill himself multiple times, but can't figure out a way to do it because he's part of a soul collective that will then he'll be brought back over and over and over again to suffer for all of eternity. He has walked this life for so many years, has been to multiple different countries. Nothing has been able to save him, and so he's just like, he's full on, I'm tired, boss.
He's full on doomer.
Yeah.
He has.
Yeah, Daigo is full on doomer. But one of those ways is like, no, not everything is like, again, the big one in my mind was being able to resurrect Honey. But Daigo at the very least got his wish to become true. He has finally got to rest after this long, long, long night.
You are part of a soul collective, Lemao.
Correct.
Also, it's very sad because technically, like, Honey dying again was Hephaestus' fault.
Yep. We love
Because
Hephaestus.
he fucking uked her.
We love Hephaestus. MC Buddha.
I have a question for Ling. Wait, hold on. Sorry.
Ling,
I have
yeah.
a question for Ling, actually. Like, what was his backstory anyway? Like,
Ling was an assassin that was sent to kill Daigo because of stuff that happened with Izumo. Because again, as I just mentioned, Daigo had a lot of stuff to do with Izumo. Ling was an assassin that was sent to kill him because of political shit that happened in Izumo. Daigo beat the fuck out of Ling within an inch of his life, and then gave Ling a bed to stay in, and was like, "You can stay here now." And Ling was like, "What do you mean I could stay here? I just tried to kill you." And Daigo was like, "No, we're cool." Because Daigo just doesn't care, right? Daigo he wants to die, so like he did not care at all that Ling was sent to kill him and tried to kill him. He was like, "Cool, okay, sure, you can stay here, I guess." He was like, "Yeah, I don't care." But sir, I tried to kill you.
Okay, then yeah, that's it.
Nishio
Damn.
with them, yeah. MC Buddha. The MC was mostly just there for jokes. There was like a small plot line about him actually becoming a musician, but it was mostly there for levity in an otherwise completely dark campaign. He was one of the characters that did not have, there is no deep lore like there is for Bernard. MC was just kind of like a chill dude that I threw in. There was no.
Was he in like the
chill.
previous campaign or like no?
No, he wasn't. I made him up on the spot.
Oh, okay.
I thought it would be funny. He's just a cool
He's
guy.
come this far.
James. Oh, well, So, James ran into a wall during his studies for quite some time and could not figure out how to move forward with his experimentation of Invoke True Name when it came, because again, he was, for the longest time, he was trying to figure out a way to kill the curse before he finally settled on Invoke True Name. And so with a curse, with a spell like Invoke True Name that eats away at a person's soul, I'm just gonna ask you guys a question. What kind of experiments would you have to do as a mage in order to learn that magic in the first place? I'll leave that
A
up.
lot of
Involving
shrooms.
microwaves.
Yeah, I'll leave that. Yeah, exactly. Involving microwaves. Yeah, I'll leave that up to your imagination. James killed a lot of people. We don't have to dig into it though. I don't think James got his happy ending. We don't really have to dig in, we don't have to reopen the investigations about why he's banned from the main branch of Pandora.
He now has a Toyota.
He has a Toyota, yes. Oh yeah, I mentioned a lot of we already answered a lot of this for let's Walter, we
He
answered.
now has a
Dorian
Toyota.
is-
Fred did.
Dorian is not going to accept any slander against James.
Fred did have other quest lines, but they were a lot tied in with like Walter and Noah, which we never got to see because we were too busy to go into Pandora Alpha, so that's what it is. Kara had the Kara had stuff to do with Albert's quest line of corruption. She was a half demon. We don't have to get into it. She never really showed up because Raul played a much more minor part. Anything that I wanted to say? I think I had mentioned Alex and Anna a little bit. They're kind of, so while they do have backstories, obviously, they're much more side characters. Alex, as I'd mentioned, trusted and was loyal to his sister, even though he didn't always agree with her. And Anna was much more caring about the Federatia and her country than Lydia's cares and needs as a person. Because to her, while Lydia was still a person, obviously, not like full-on Hephaestus levels of, I'm not even gonna give you a name, my child. But like, Lydia was more important as a political tool for the Federatia than she was as like, hey, woman, what do you want to do with your life? Do you want to become a princess, etc.? But notably, they weren't lying. Olivia did literally steal a child from their parents. So, take that as you will. Oh, I'd mentioned Albert. It was what her hand was cut off. You answered your own question. Her hand was cut off to get inside of the tower. Or Jane Doe's full goals, similar with the Sean. Yeah, both of them were to stop Lydia because Lydia could pose a massive threat to the United States, and when they got there, they realized that there were other problems that could cause a massive problem to the United States, such as Lucille, so they had to take out Lucille. Don't worry about Ichigo. He was another person that we didn't have to get into. Can Maria be fixed? I mean, she can. The world is a big world.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think, I don't know, but I think what Liz said is correct, where she's like, okay, I've spent more time with her than anyone else. If one of those things, not that she cannot create new emotions, they just took away all the emotions she had when they did that, Like, she can make new emotions. It's just difficult when you start from zero.
Yeah, I think that eventually she'll probably get somewhat better. She'll never be fully normal, but there are there are infinite possibilities in the universe. There are probably ways to fix her. Even inside of the campaign, I can think of a few ways that she could possibly be fixed.
Also, Liz is very persistent.
Correct. Yeah. If nothing else, Liz is persistent. Also, I love underneath Liz, bro actually won. Massive W for Elizabeth. All that Elizabeth's just been holding so many W's. I don't know what you mean. Okay. Grace. Yeah, so Grace. So I think to explain Grace a little bit, I think it's the easiest way to explain it is that of the 3 survivors, what her title was. Lucille had mentioned that there were 3 survivors of the initial village. There was, I think it was Daigo. I don't remember the other 2's titles because they weren't that as important. There was the mage, the monk, and the coward, I think. One of them was betrayed and fell into despair, which was Daigo. One of them sealed away the curse, but was also the one was created and sealed away the curse, which was Hephaestus. And then the last one, Grace, the way that she survived, as I'd mentioned, most of the people died in the village. The way that Grace survived was that she just ran away. She ran away to Scotland. That where she met which she made the Blair family. Grace just kind of like left.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
And I think that you even mentioned it here is that she had mentioned to Yamada is that you can't run from your fate, because the same way that Hephaestus had, as you've now learned, was the one that gave the invite to most of the people. And if you look at most of the people and how they got to the campaign, a lot of it comes back to Hephaestus. The Hephaestus eventually gave an invite to Grace and basically said, Grace, you cannot run from this forever. We need to deal with this shit. I have a plan to deal with some shit permanently. And Grace said, fine. And what she was doing inside of the inner monastery and why, she was talking to Nishio. The Nishio does not only, as I mentioned, Nishio kind of like can move around a little bit because the seal on his whatchamacallit was broken. She went to go talk to Nishio for reasons. I'm trying to remember what specifically she had asked him to do, but I know for a fact that she wanted to talk to Nishio about stuff, which is why she had broken into the inner monastery.
I have a question about Grace.
Sure.
When she touched my shoulder inside of the Blair Manor that one night, what did she want from me? Because if she wanted that, little Ubel, then she could have just asked.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ.
What happened, Wolf Hunter over here?
I do not remember.
I did not expect
Okay.
that. I did not expect that.
The Grace is at her core a coward. She was too afraid to tell her family about who she was and what she had done. She literally survived by running away. Grace, through most instances, she solves most of her problems by shutting people down, not communicating, and running away, which is why, fittingly enough, no one figured out most of her story. Most of her story involved about like facing up to her past and realizing, kind of like similar to Ubel, realizing that she couldn't run away from what she had done because she did help. She was one of the researchers that helped Hephaestus create the curse to begin with. And then she immediately fucking peaced out instead of dealing with her problems. Where like Hephaestus, if you could tell, Hephaestus stayed and at least fixed his problems. Once the curse became a curse, he went, okay, I need to break you up into little pieces. And Grace went, bye. I'm gonna go make a family in Scotland. That's crazy. Fucking
Hephaestus, that's insane. I am out.
Exactly. Oh god. Archer x Noah, what were the chances? That's a Noah question.
Huh?
That's a Noah question.
Okay, now I want to know as well.
I mean,
Noah, would you let the pixie bounce on a crazy style?
Boys,
Wild fucking statement. Holy shit.
oh dear God.
it's always Dio who comes out with these wild statements, man.
You just said one 2 minutes ago.
I mean, in the end, he stuck with her for the rest of his life, basically.
Based.
I mean, at least you got.
Isn't it an
No,
Archer
I'm not gonna
question
say it.
as well? Well, so the reason it's not an Archer question is because at the same time, Archer's answer is yes and also no, because it's Archer. So it probably, if Puck got the answer, if Puck got to decide, it would probably be a very, very off and on relationship with anyone ever, because that's just the nature of who she is, who they are.
Who it is.
Correct, yeah. Archer just rolls a d20 and decides if they're dating. Every day, every single day. That's just Noah's life. Sometimes Archer absolutely hates them. Other times Archer just walks up and is like, "Hey, based." Oh, we never.
I mean, in a weird way, like, although they never ended up like that type of thing, he has given his whole life to her stupid
Making her
thing,
dreams come
and he's
true,
stuck
yeah.
with her. Yeah. Dear God.
You got like 2 ghosts accompanying you.
Thorn in her side. Oh god, I remember she made this comment. I don't remember when though, because there are a couple of different people that she could be referring to. I don't remember who she was referring to specifically. God, it's so hard to remember with Archer because Archer could at any moment be the enemy of so many people. Fuck, I don't remember the context. We never saw Archer's Noble Phantasm. Archer's Noble Phantasm was Midsummer's Night Dream. I had a whole document for Archer's Noble Phantasm. It was a reality marble where random shit happened every single turn. Oh, and
literally random bullshit go.
Yes, literally random bullshit go. And yes, I do actually have. Hold on one moment. I pulled it up earlier. In terms of Archer's Wish, here you go. There you go.
What did you say? What did you do? Hold on.
This was the roll table for Archer's Wish.
Oh.
Oh, where is that? I want to see it.
She turns every human into a frog. She wishes to be reinstated as the crown ruler of the face so that she may rule once more and bring fate back to Oh, I like 31 to 40.
No, let me check.
She wishes for an ice cream cone.
Brother, if that would have been the ending to our campaign, because this could have been, I would have rioted, bro. I cannot lie.
The Holy Grail's wish. Yes, there was a 10% chance that the Holy Grail's wish was used on an ice cream cone. Strawberry, to be specific.
No. If it's that the wish, I would just leave. Like leave the server. Just fuck this shit.
He wishes for eternal peace and happiness. What does that even mean? How would that happen? That would be like
She
the
doesn't
most
play
horrible
So
thing of all time,
correct.
right?
So that's the funny part. She doesn't
Yeah.
know what the Grail would do if she wished for world peace. So she wants to know what would happen. So that's what she would wish for. That's why she would make that wish, by the way. She'd just go, you know what? I actually don't know what the Grail would do if I wish for world peace and eternal happiness. I'm gonna do that. As for what would have actually happened, oh, that's a fucking question. I don't fucking know. No, that's a fucking question. Don't make me think about it. Don't make me fucking think about it. Oh God, Archer. But yeah, there you go. There's
Arthur wins. Dio, she gets her wish. Dio rolls the dice. It lands on something. He goes, "I'll talk to you guys next week."
Can we did a D100 for the hypothetical? That is hilarious. That's so based, actually. I love that. Hold on one moment. I'll do it 100%. I'm not actually in the Roll20, so give me a moment.
Don't leak anything.
Wait, since Dio is setting it up, there was a question specifically for me that Don Laffy asked. If I remember correctly, you asked like, does Yamada have a wish, right? Hold on, let me scroll up. Give me a minute. Yeah, there you go. If you would have win, what did you have wish plan if you did win? So there was two wish I had in mind. The first one was before everything happened, like the first wish, like when he got the servant, basically. When he got the servant and he didn't know his servant was the curse, he would have wished for the curse to be gone. You know what I'm saying? He would have wished for like
fire will
basic.
not be
No,
tolerated.
even if he knowed his servant was the curse, he would probably just wish for like, I don't know, like people to not get sick or something like that. Basically, just like something that related to like not getting sick from the curse. But since everything happened, what if he had win? What he would have wished for was probably that he wouldn't exist in the first place.
Okay. All right.
Like he would be removed from like history and stuff like that. Like he wouldn't exist in the first place. That is probably his wish.
So that's what a nice and self-sacrificing wish for everyone.
Oh no!
So let's
just
see
like,
what Archer's wish would have been.
fuck y'all.
Let's see.
Oh yeah.
So, all right. If in a different timeline, if Archer had actually gotten to wish upon the Grail, canonically, this would have been what would have happened. 93, good ending.
Oh, nice.
Holy
Okay.
shit.
So it actually would have been fine the entire time. She would have wished that all nature and magic be reinstated into the world. So magic would have flooded through the atmosphere of Earth. Magic would have been returned to the world, and nature would have been reinstated. So it all would have been fine. You guys were overreacting.
That
Well,
would have
to
been
be-
so boring. Imagine if we fight Archer in a boss battle, she wins, and then it's just a good ending.
Yep.
Fuck off.
Yep. I love Archer.
Hold up. I have a question for like the 0 to 5 wish. If
Okay.
human doesn't exist, then would Yamada still exist because he's a homuncular?
No, because you were created by humans.
Well, I'm gone. I'm gone as well as you guys.
Correct. Oh god. Yeah, the Archer's very funny. But there you go. That's what would have happened if Archer would have won.
Hey, we avoided the good ending with another good ending, I guess.
Yeah. Lancer followed a pretty normal path. We know so Momento Mori. Okay, backing up.
Can you say that again?
Momento Mori. Why?
Again.
Momento Mori?
One more time, please.
Momento Mori.
Thank you.
One more time.
What?
What is going on?
That was bizarre. Anyway, so Caster mechanically, one, he had his walls, which he could create invisible illusion mazes around. But beyond that, his actual ability was that he was a riff off of Psychic and 2E, where you could amp his spells and had custom version of his spells based off of using his book. And his Noble Phantasm, Momento Mori, allowed not just himself, but allowed anyone that he used the Noble Phantasm on to eat away at their life force in order to gain temporary power, sacrificing everything in terms of power, as it were. Specifically, the way that it was mechanically coded is that if you ever fought Raul and Caster together, I actually had 2 Raul Aria sheets, because when Caster cast Momento Mori onto Raul Aria would have gained 2 levels in Pathfinder. That's what so in case you were curious about mechanically what Caster's Noble Phantasm does, it gives you 2 Pathfinder 2E levels at the cost of eating away at your life. Not the same way the Blair family does. It eats away like the Death Note, if you ever watched that. It eats away at the total life that you will live. Like the total years that you will live.
If he gave that to one of the player characters mid-session, we would have to pause the session and then return next week. 2 levels! That's like 20 hours of work, bro.
Yeah.
Wait. So let me get this straight. If Yamada was like still in the homunculus state and he used Memento Mori on him, and then he would just fall flat because like he was anyway dying anyway.
Correct, yeah.
I have
Hold
a
on.
question.
I'm still confused though.
No.
Like, what did I die to then?
What did you die to? What do you mean?
Like the first time, like when like Yamada actually just like died while fighting
you-
Grace. Like what? Yeah.
You didn't die to Grace, you died to the curse. You became one with the curse.
But before that, right? Like the curse said like I was.
Oh, you died to you died
Yeah.
to Grace. Well, I think it was like a 10th level spell, like a 7th level spell or something that she cast. But she gained 2 levels and cast I don't remember what spell it was. But she gained levels. She was under the effects of Memento Mori. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Now I understand.
I don't remember what
because
spell
like, I thought basically that Caster was the one that killed me because of his Noble Phantasm. So I was
No, it
confused.
was-
Like,
yeah,
what
it
was
was
his
Grace.
Noble Phantasm?
Okay, and in
fair enough
terms
then. Carry
of
on.
the what was so Nick almost dying to Dagger Guy, that shit was that shit was so fucking funny to me because no one at this point even had, I think, the idea that Nick was Caster. They just thought Nick was some guy that was under Raul Aria. And so when you all were trying to kill Nick, that shit was so funny. It wasn't necessarily a bait. Like, his HP pool was actually going down, but he was obviously holding back. Because the and if
He was playing the long con.
if he had dropped low enough, and his life had actually like genuinely been in danger, Nick would have started casting spells that he shouldn't be able to have. He would have started amping his spells. One of the spells that he had cast early on into the fight was, I think it was called Breath of Life or something, where if he ever reached negative HP, he instantly revives and goes back up to, I think, like half HP or something like that. So he cast amped Breath of Life on himself, so even if he got low, it never was really scary. Although, like, in theory, you could have killed Caster there. You just would have had to actually, fight Caster on top of Lancer at the time.
No.
So
Oh,
I
you're
could have.
killing me.
Oh, so that's why. So that's why you were actually genuinely scared when I was going to use like the memory thing, like reading his memory.
Yes. Also, yes, was that when you were having the idea of reading Caster of Nick's memories, I was like, oh, what do you mean you read Machiavelli's memories? That would have been fucking so fucking crazy.
Theo was just gonna give you a book and be like, okay, this is Machiavelli, read this shit.
I make you read a
Speaking of books,
documentary.
Shit. Speaking of book, like he had the book, right? And I'm pretty sure Noah took the book.
Yeah, no, so this is my question. All the stuff from the war, like, do we have any of it?
Yes,
Still?
artifacts.
Like, is Memento Mori still there?
Yeah, artifacts from the war usually last. I actually don't know why they do, but I just know that they usually do in Fate lore. Don't ask me why, they just do.
So then Liz still has the command seal?
Yes, command seals also last, yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, well, then that means oh.
I know that Kodamine was able to keep his command seals between the Grail Wars, so yes, everything
no.
that's not
Wait,
the servants themselves.
Risu, that would be like a great tourist attraction.
I
Anyway,
feel
carry
like Liz is probably going to, like, keep that command seal just in case she ever encounters anyone that could be considered a servant. Because with one command seal, you can have as many contracts with as many servants as you want. You just need the one.
Yep, yeah. And you need the ability to hold them with your mana.
Yeah. Of course. So that one too.
No specific questions about Ryder. Makes sense. She was pretty well explored out of all the servants. Assassin's Noble Phantasm was Pied Piping. There was a whole fucking. Of course, it was. It was called Pied Piping as well. There was a whole fucking thing about what it actually does. Just in case you had ever made enemies with him. Any people who hear it's the song, it is specifically it's audio based, so you have to hear it. But if you do hear the song, you eventually start listening to whatever the Pied Piper tells you to do.
Ooh.
He eventually mind controls you. But there are many saves that go into it. That like because the assassin was made as a boss fight just in case. Many of the servants were made as boss fights just in case. And if you had ever made assassin use Pied Piping, you were gonna have to do many saves at the start of each and every single one of your turns.
Uh-oh. That would have been fun.
Yeah. Berserker, this is a hard question to answer. Because if Berserker is still in his cope mode, where he doesn't ever want to admit that he's Don Quixote, then his wish would be probably something really fucking stupid. Because for most of the campaign, Berserker really did truly think that he was like King Arthur and Gunslinger. That was how his ability worked. Is that if he truly thought that he was Billy the Kid, then he could rewrite the laws of the Grail War itself and become Billy the Kid. Berserker's power is in theory extremely broken and omnipotent, but all you have to do, and Liz figured this out and used it against them, all you have to do is break Don Quixote's will, and his ability literally falters like fucking paper. Like, if you just make Don Quixote sad, he becomes the weakest servant in all of Fate history, because he's just a guy. But if he really
On a horse.
yeah, if he
A
can
pony even.
if he can truly believe that he can do something, then he can do that. That's just how his ability works. So if he was still in cope mode, his wish would have been some real stupid shit. Like, I don't know, like a wife or something. Who knows? A cool sword, a stick he found. But like, if it was like him at the end, I don't even know if he really would have had a wish for the Grail, because he had accepted that like he was who he was, and etc., etc. Like that speech that he had given to Yamada at the end, like you can't run from your past, etc. So I think he accepted at the end. I think he wouldn't have had a wish after he had gone through his character arc.
The good ending.
Yep. Hotline. After Grace did the funny thing, James also did the other funny thing. Lucille said he was helping her. Case needed to be destroyed. Ubel rolled a 27 and felt that she wasn't lying. Yeah, because I think that Belai. Oh god, this is so old. This is such an old. I do not remember. She really thought that was the truth. She did. Oh god, I don't remember. This is from a pre-session. I would have to rewatch. I do not remember. I don't remember if because it's also possible that she just passed the save,
No.
that he just failed to save on 27. I don't remember if she was telling the truth or not. Fuck, it's been so long.
Oh, actually, I had a question about Grace.
Sure.
How did she actually feel about her family? Like in the end.
She loved her family. She was just a coward. She
Oh,
was
okay.
afraid yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, she loved her family.
Oh, that means your family's doing perfectly fine because she's there,
Yeah.
your dad's there, she loves y'all.
Unironically, by the way, I see the.
Well, I guess James is not doing well.
Yeah, I mean,
but-
well, you know, he did well. He did well.
Well, to be fair, he did well to his last day.
Exactly. Yeah.
How does she feel about James now? Is she still hating on him? Because that would be funny. It would be sad, really, but it would also be funny.
I think that time heals all wounds, especially after everything that he had done, especially after going so far as to sacrifice himself to bring back her husband. I think that eventually Grace would treat him as her child.
Am I completely out of the loop, or was it never explained who James's mother was?
No, it was never explained.
Okay. Is there any relevance there, or is he just a bastard?
That he was just a bastard child. There wasn't any relevance. Not that I could think of. At times there may I thought about giving it relevance, but no, it was never relevance.
You have to accept that she had an L take.
Yeah, she did.
She was cheated on.
Ishan would have unironically wished for a vacation or wished that he didn't have to work at the United States. I think you got a glimpse of this. Ishan didn't actually really want to be doing what he was doing. And he gave up really quickly when it was tied to the radiator. Ishan was doing this for a paycheck. He did not have the same fervent loyalty towards the United States that like Jane does. Ishan was just in it for the money, dude. That's why like it was so funny to me also when like you guys kept interrupting him when he was sniping, because he's like, kill a guy again, god damn it, pulls out a cigarette, takes a big sip of whiskey, aims up the shot, and then Noah teleports in front of him, kicks the sniper rifle off, and then looks at him and goes, no, and then Ishan goes, come on, man.
Poor guy.
Yeah, Ishan did not have true loyalty towards the United States. Ishan had a job that he had to do. He did truly not care. He was not in it personally. It was not personal with Ishan. And Assassin's only wish was to whatchamacallit, was to reincarnate so that he could do his life over again. That's why he got what he wanted and then just left. Oh god. Yamada's resurrection. Yeah, so Yamada's resurrection was the Noble Phantasm. The Ouroboros's quote-unquote Noble Phantasm was called Samsara again and again and again and again and again and again and again. What would have happened was that every single time he would have been quote-unquote resurrected, or every time that Yamada would have died and been resurrected, he would have been resurrected through the powers of the curse, which again are a collective of many souls. So Yamada was actually immortal. He just never died during the campaign, so it never had to go into effect. Curse seemed obedient to Yamada when having two parts, because Yamada used a command seal to tell the curse to kill itself, possibly erasing those two shards. Potentially. be complicated. You'd have to use you'd have to be the one that was a servant. It would have to be the shard that Grace stole that you might have had. The shard of Ouroboros. In theory, you could. It would probably be out of control when it got to a certain amount of shards. I don't know what the actual number would be. So like you could probably at 2 shards, it might work that way. If it was at its full power, the command seal would probably get overruled because you're dealing with a fucking a beast level servant.
Wait, so if it had like all of the shard, then I would have just died anyway, or like what?
Yeah, you wouldn't have been able to use your command seal to stop it. Because that
So
was the
it's
question.
basically it's still quote unquote my servant, but I couldn't like control it like the
Correct.
command
Yes,
seal.
correct. Because the curse, with if it had gotten every single one of the shards, the curse is like, it's literally Rocco's Basilisk. Like it's a conceptual being that exists inside the minds of all that learn it. Like there's no command seals. Listen, the Grail is really powerful and exists outside of space and time. The Grail is dealing with something that is on its power level. Like I don't know what to tell you. All 6 shards. What Hephaestus created was an abomination.
Damn, the command seal is just like, hey, can you do this? It's just like, hey, you know.
Yeah, it would be very nice if you did this for me real quick, you know? No pressure, though.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
command seals would be a nice question that you could pose to the curse. And this question is like, what's the impact of souls versus the shards? You could think of it as like the souls or it entering into other people's minds were kind of like snacks, where the shards were like full four course meals in terms of like powers up and whatnot. Where you could consume souls, but all the souls in Musuzeme would not equal the same thing as like one other shard merging. They would definitely gain it. They would definitely cause it to gain power because the curse gets more powerful the more people know about it. But shards are much more impactful, as you clued in here. Oh, I actually don't know the question. How many notes do you all keep? You actually do any of you
None.
actually keep notes? No.
A lot. Up until like we had this big hole in August, right? But before that, I would literally rewatch every single session at least once before we had the next one. I would take notes of everything, like mostly in relation to Ubel and like Ubel role playing and character development, but like on other stuff as well. But then like
If you're talking about like
kind of fell out of it.
that type of note, then no, I don't keep that type of note. The only type of note I keep is just like the one I sent. It's just like the to-do list, basically.
Yeah, you would send me to do this a
yeah.
lot. Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically just like to-do list for like the next week. Oh, I just need to do this, and this. And I usually type that out like after the previous session happened. So like, I would still remember it basically.
I
so
kind
yeah,
of
I don't have a
I just kind of
note.
kept lists of what I wanted to do and all that stuff, items, what I wanted to do, etc. Who they were worth, keeping track of like what certain people have.
Honestly, rarely.
A base score, right? Just like Liz, base press W key. I think you went a couple of different times the same way that you would link me plans in my DMs the same way that I would sometimes, yeah.
Essentially, yeah, but not that much note taking.
The I don't know what this means. Noah feature playground thingy. I don't know what this means.
What does
What-
playground thingy mean?
I don't know
what
what
did
this
Noah do on the playground? Do we have to call Jane?
means.
No.
I hear you like
What the hell is alter ego? I want to get into it. As I'd mentioned, I think it was connected with Walter. I think I'd mentioned that before. Alter ego. Okay. There were a couple of different ways that Archer could have been split in half. Because
Okay.
Archer continuously had well, as I think that as you could probably tell, Archer is a kind of a is a person you could think of Archer as an actor who has lived the lives of so many other people that they have genuinely forgotten who they are. And there are ways that a new servant, alter ego, could have been spawned from a fracture of Archer, but that in my mind, the way that happened had to do with a different plot line entirely that you guys don't have to. How would you have even gotten there? Don't worry about it.
Cool.
So alter ego would
Yeah.
have been alter ego Oberon, because it would have been split between Oberon and Titania. But we don't have to worry about that.
There you go, guys. More potential like stuff that didn't actually happen.
Oh, this.
It says, Noah selected a feature at the start, but he never used it. There was a lot. Oh, not playground, playing card. That's what he's the card thing.
Oh, the card thing. Yeah, he had Noah specifically took a whole bunch of different features that allowed him to throw a magical playing card, like, was it like 300 feet or something?
Yeah.
Some stupid shit. Yeah, you took like a whole bunch of range increases because you thought it'd be really funny to just snipe people from like 1,000,000 miles away with playing cards. that was the feature you never used.
Yeah, and there was a bunch of stuff. There was like Bespal Weapon, light could like blind people when it hit them. So it was just 300 feet away, just a card hits you and you're blind for like a second. That was like a funny thing that I could have done as well. But I just never.
Sounds interesting. That sounds
Yeah,
really
it just
interesting.
never came up. To be fair, the original feature is supposed to be used with an actual weapon like a sword. But I went to Dio and I said, "Can I have card, please?"
Can I have card, please? Okay, so the actual answers. The heiress was Liz. The fire was Akar. The village was quote unquote Saber's master. Because, and this was how Nishio viewed things. Because Saber was blocked by the existence of the Guardian, and the Guardian, who is the Guardian subservient to? Technically, the village, because it was guarding the village. So technically, the village was the master of quote unquote Saber. That was why it was said that way. The
Fuck you,
farmer
Nishio.
was Ubel, because Ubel, as just mentioned here, Ubel was not actually supposed to be a hunter. Ubel was supposed to be a goat herder and a farmer, and the hunter was quote unquote Grace / Raul Aria, because in Nishio's eyes, Raul Aria was actually the true master of caster. So this was technically Grace, but really this was Raul Aria who was the hunter. The experiment was where's this at? The Yamada. The experiment was Yamada because Yamada was an experiment made by Hephaestus. The queen was Lucille, and Nishan was the spy. So those are the answers.
So the true, so the true master was Ubel.
Yeah, and Noah is not here because if you remember, Ubel was the one that summoned Ryder, and Ryder had to latch on to Noah because Ubel did not have enough magic to actually fully summon Ryder by himself. And so they shared the servant, but Charon was Ubel's servant first, so Noah was not actually included as a master.
Thank you for being in my life, Polarisu. I would have died to Berserker instead.
And yeah, the White Wolf was a guardian that was made to protect the towers in the village. We did never.
I mean, it kind of makes sense, yeah. Yeah, now you said it, it kind of makes sense.
What shard would
Yeah,
Nishio
that
have been?
makes sense.
So Nishio wasn't necessarily emotion. Nishio was the shard of reason inside of my mind. It was the shard that had all of the memories, and having all of the memories, the shard of Nishio had decided, actually, we've done a whole bunch of really bad shit, and maybe we should look for a way to break the cycle. It wasn't dominated by memories, emotions. Instead, it was gifted with memory. All right. Oh, and I think that someone had asked me about the boss fight. Actually, real quick here. I actually need to open up Roll20 again. Someone had asked me briefly about like the boss fight. Talking about things that I never. So this might be actually interesting for the players as well. So, so every single one of the shards had their own boss fight. But beyond that, they were mere images of the mechanics that you guys would have had to use during the actual boss fight, but it just didn't turn out that way. And before we close or anything like that, I want to, of my own volition, because I had to fucking relearn this, want to show you what I had planned for the final boss fight. So, at the very start, we play He Who Brings Shadow. And if we look here, the players, we just have to watch the stream as well. But there are many different Ouroboros tokens for some reason. That's so strange. I wonder what all of this is. So, every single one of these at phase 1 would have spawned in at the same time. Their names are Distress, Terror, Fear, and Anguish. And every single one of them has a gimmick, as they were, all doing with fear. And some of them have very blatant weaknesses and very blatant resistances. So I don't remember which one it is, but just for an example, one of them is borderline immune to physical damage, and another one is borderline immune to magical damage. But those two are weak to the opposite. And so you have to figure out what they're all weak to take them down, or you have to smack your head into it. I always, in my mind, I imagined.
Why do you Cloud of Darkness me?
Correct. I imagined that Elizabeth would just go towards the physical one and just nat 20 it over and over again, ignoring the physical resistance. I was like, that would be Pog and epic, wouldn't it? Instead of Elizabeth, you're dealing literally 3 damage. I don't care. But that was the main gimmick. All of them have like unique things. Like one of them, I think the one that's mostly weak to physical was the mage. I think it's Anguish, and Anguish casts fear-related spells. The other one, I think, like hits you, and every time they hit you, they give a stacking debuff. It's Terror. Yeah, Terror is a physical one. Every time that Terror hits you over and over again, it stacks up a debuff on you, and if that debuff gets to 3, you get you have to roll Fortitude or get feared for 1 round, etc., etc. So like you have to like tank aggro swap on Terror, while I think that Anguish was the mage and Distress was the physical one, and Fear spread this right here. Fear would spread miasma on the ground that would slowly grow over and over again, which would just deal dot damage to anyone that that stepped into it. So you would have to make a choice, right? You could focus down Fear, because you were afraid that if it if you let Fear go long enough, these puddles of miasma on the ground get bigger and bigger, which block off sections of the arena, which is really bad as the fight goes on. So you can focus down Fear. You would have to figure out which ones they're weak to, or you're doing no damage to the ones that are swapped, and all while aggro swapping Terror, because Terror is stacking up debuffs on you guys. And this is phase 1. I'm so glad. Oh god, if you did not crush the flowers.
My god. Oh
Jesus.
So,
I can't believe man has tank swaps,
yep, yes.
Cloud of Darkness mechanics, and
Correct.
fucking the miasma
this
reminds
also
me
like
of
the same- Is this also like the same mechanic if I was still like alive and it was still my servant?
Yeah, yes, correct.
So, like, no.
And by the way,
Oh,
so while this is happening, Yamada / the curse
Holy
itself
shit.
is slowly consumed by 1,000 serpents inside of a cocoon, right? Like it completely immune to damage, but not doing anything. And slowly, as the fight goes on, and as you start to kill the serpents, this big thing starts to appear in phase 1, but it's not that big of a deal in phase 1, which is the main body of the actual serpent that's in the sky comes down and does big giant line AoEs while you guys are dealing with everything else. So as you see right here, this would be down. So this would show up, and if you don't move out of these squares within 1 round, then you're getting hit with a fuck ton of damage. So you're having to dodge giant cleave AoEs while dealing with all of the other mechanics of the heads. Then
okay, fine. If you want to, I'll download the game.
There's another one.
Then
There's not
Only
bad.
phase 1.
Oh, that's phase 1 out of 4, by the way. Then Yamada.
You thought he was sadistic before.
Slash Daigo, because as I mentioned, Daigo was initially the catalyst that gives into despair, but in this campaign it will be Yamada because he takes up whatchamacallit, Daigo's spot. Then Yamada breaks free of the cocoon, reimagined as the whatchamacallit, as an Asura. You could look up what an Asura looks like. Basically, they'd be a Asura with all black skin and white hair, body made of 1,000 different serpents. As we move into the final day for phase 2, where phase 2 starts, by the way, when 3 out of the serpents have been killed. So there should be 1 more serpent, whichever one you guys chose to focus last, that is active during phase 2, just as a by the way, unless you kill them all around the same time. During phase 2, we begin to get very funny with the Final Fantasy-esque mechanics. I have to actually myself look them up because I don't remember all of the mechanics. Okay. Sprouts got sent into an ultimate fight? Oh, you... So... During phase 2, phase 2 was actually the easiest phase, where one at a time, the Asura of Despair slowly shows you a different weapon in their hand, as slowly, seemingly using the abilities of every single one of the souls that it's ever consumed, it begins to remember all of the fighting styles of all of those in the villages. So for an example, at the very, very start, in both of his hand, one, he said, I think that I remember the lines that I had. Whether you are near or far, despair will find you. And when he says when you are near, a sword appears in his hand, and he says when you are far, a spear appears in his hand. And the spear does damage to anyone that's outside of 30 feet, and the sword does damage to anyone that's inside of 30 feet. And this continues. Yes. So, and this will continue.
Yes, I get it.
Yeah, you
Fuck
get it now.
me.
Yes. So
I'm getting such flashbacks to so many things.
Yes.
It's like, oh, blue, forward, back.
Yes, and so he goes through in phase 2. It's very simple. All you have to do is DPS down the remaining serpent head while also learning and remembering each of the different ability, the patterns. Yes, because we'll go. There's sword, which is AOE around him. Spear, which is AOE, which is donut. Staff, which is cardinal directions. There is towers, there's book, which is the towers mechanic, which is why I have towers down here in GM layer, which are where these 4 towers appear, and you have to soak the towers. There is bow, which is a massive cone. There is dagger, which is where daggers appear underneath each of the players individually, so it's spread. In case you ever play Final Fantasy, you have to spread around because he stabs the dagger into the ground, and then the edge of the dagger stab up around each of the players. There is shuriken, where he throws shuriken up into the air, which, by the way, that would be Daigo's specifically, the soul of Daigo, because Daigo used shuriken. That would be so the shuriken where he throws daggers into the sky, and then everyone has to stack together on whoever is marked. And then there's and then there's whip, where he brandishes two players together, and they have to break the tether.
Okay, so we definitely did like that was like a whole ass fucking session on its own.
Yes, correct, absolutely.
You know what? I thought it was like gonna be bad, but I get it now. I feel it. Like if we were tethered, I would have known. Oh,
and
I would have known that I'm away from each other.
Yes,
that type of thing.
Then at the end of this phase 2, event, and he's been getting more and more powerful over time. At the end of phase 2, eventually he summons the serpent, the main body of the serpent, down from the sky. That's been absent in phase 2. Because it's been charging up something this entire time. And then we get into phase 3, the hardest phase by far. This part almost wiped the other campaign. So notably, it will wipe you once because Daigo and or Yamada would have summoned down the main body of the serpent itself and would have done, let me open it up real quick. Open character. One moment. I just need to go get it real quick.
So Chad, before I even know any of this, I was planning on like, I did thought about like planning about like the last fight. That's why I took like the smoke screen one, because I asked Dio like, hey, can the curse use one of my skill? So my previous plan was just like telling the curse to like use smoke screen, and then just use like knife and like run around and stuff like that. That was like my previous plan. I did not know this one. What the fuck is this one?
Well, that's new.
Yeah, so so Yamada would have started casting Samsara. Source, despair, action 6, traits, world ender. Description, again and again and again and again. Notably, so when this would have happened, he would have done roll 1d, roll 6d6. He would have dealt 2,360 damage to the party, as the main head of the serpent itself would have breathed down endless curses upon the party, killing every single one of them. And then
I tank that.
you take that, and then we transition into phase 3.5 or 2.5 before phase 3 actually starts, where you get a.
Can I actually use Living Dead for this part?
You appear on the boat ride with Karen, where Karen basically says, hey, that fight is looking real hard. Do you want to give up, right? Do you want to, you all wipe. It is a scripted wipe during the fight, unless you can somehow take 2,000 damage. What, by the way, it's 600.
I'd have fun away.
It's 666 d6, by the way.
I would just Korean backdash it.
Yeah.
I'd be fine.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think invincibility frames it.
And so you.
Wait. Hold up. I'm sorry, but I just need to ask. You know when Ryder like teleports people where like they
Yeah.
sink into the ground?
Yep.
Is that possible to like dodge it?
Well, I mean, so again, you all show up. What would have happened is that you all would have showed up on the boat ride with Charon, and Charon, in their true form, actually, you all actually would have died during the campaign, and you were on the actual river Styx. As Charon looks at all of you and goes, "Hey guys, are we sure about this? Like, we can give up here. We don't have to keep going," and gives you all a chance to actually fall into despair. But if you choose to not, you revive. You all get one free action. You all get a surprise round on Yamada / Daigo, whoever the final boss would have been, as phase 3 actually starts. And that's when things get funny, because it's a test of your memory. Because all that he does in phase 2 is he starts combining the weapons. So, for example,
Fuck you, Dio.
Oh yeah. You should have saw that one coming, Mr. Final Fantasy player.
Yeah,
No,
I should have seen that one coming.
Exactly. Oh, I deleted it. Hold on one moment. Need to open this again.
I always
don't
actually
remember it.
do terribly at those parts. I'm not gonna lie.
Yes.
Oh.
So, for example, I had mentioned that the spear is the donut, so you have to stand close to him for the spear. And whip is that you have to break the tethers. So what you would have had to do is that in one hand he would have summoned a spear, the other hand he would have summoned a whip, and then you have to break the tethers, but you have to remember the exact distance you have to move away from him, or you're gonna get clipped by the spear. If you don't break the tethers, then you get CC'd. Then there was sword and towers, where he's or book. I keep calling them towers. Book and sword. So he summons the towers again, but the sword is that you can't stand near him, so you have to go to the edges of the towers to not get clipped by the sword. There were other ones like staff and bow, where bow is basically one half of the room is unsafe. And staff is cardinals, so you have to remember which one you're standing in and then not be in the cardinal directions either, etc. It is just it's just a memory test, but the damage has been amped up, so if you fail the memory test, you take massive damage, and you can only fail really, like, I think it was the math was that you can fail just about 2 of the mechanics before you start dying.
This is master plan the entire time.
So at the end of phase 3, there were a couple of other mechanics as well. Like there's a mechanic specifically called where instead of summoning a weapon, he just goes uses his fist and locks someone in an Everjail that you have to then damage to break them out of it, or they'll get hit by the next AoE, etc. But they're just small things. I'm also leaving out some of the weapons, but that's besides the point. And then he starts casting Please Just Die. Where
Is that how it's actually called?
correct. There's you can see it inside of the stream. The ability is actually just called Please Just Die. Where he just starts you not dying over and over again. He just starts punching the ground over and over and over and over again. Each of the punches sending out waves of despair to all of you. And what you would have had to do for this mechanic is that if you see all of them, so there's a acrobatics, athletics, survival, fortitude, reflex, and will. Each party member can only take up 2 of these, and you have to choose who is rolling what. And then you would take damage based on how many you pass and how many you fail. So it's a entire group check. You have to pass all of these saves or you take massive damage as he just starts wailing on the ground saying please just die. And then for the enrage, he starts casting, the serpent's head comes back down again, and begins charging up Samsara one more time, as you guys just have to desperately race him to the finish. And that was the entire fight of whatchamacallit. That was the final boss that you guys missed out on.
Damn, well, now I feel kind of bad.
That sounds sick.
Yeah, there was a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot.
It sounds like we would have just died.
It's very
I feel
possible.
tired
I mean,
just
we
listening
would
to
have as part of one of the phases.
Correct, yes. Yeah, I will say the other party barely managed to survive. The other party, and of course, also remember, you guys do have like cheat abilities here and there, right? Like Noah could use his time magic. You have Ro Is, etc., etc. There are other ways. There are other things that you could like use one-time abilities, etc. And also you're in a dream realm, so you could try to tap into that power as well. But this fight, yeah, it's extraordinarily difficult. Oh, also, just as a side note, at the end of phase 3, when he's combining things, the serpent head comes down and starts cleaving the room again. So while you guys are dealing with the combined things, like don't stand here, don't stand there, half of the room is also being cut off by the serpent, literally swooping down from the sky, trying to eat you guys. So like, if I remember, like for example, the sword, sword towers, so sword tome, these two would have actually been the wrong decision because the serpent would have spawned here. So again, you have to soak the towers and stand on the whatchamacallit. So you either have to choose to take this or whatchamacallit. There are things like that happen where you have to make the decision to take damage, etc. Or you have to like expend Ro Is to block it. This sounds so insane. Correct. The final boss
Sounds so
of this
insane?
campaign- Yeah.
Listen.
You're fighting Rocco's Basilisk. Like, I don't know.
You think this is insane? You should have been there.
Yeah.
Life is insane. Endwalker.
I did not even know this. Oh,
Yeah? You would be fighting despair itself. And it would be Yamada in this campaign. It would be Yamada who is be turning into the Asura of Despair.
It's actually really cool because I can see like the inspiration that you took from things and how you converted it over to make it into your own system is so badass. I never actually thought about using AoEs like that in like a tabletop, like where you can put it down and just be like, hey, start moving.
It's not insane, it's death. Hey, listen, I ran this campaign and there was a play group that beat it. You know, it's beatable. It is beatable by characters of the level. Yeah, it is winnable. I have seen people win it.
Jesus Christ, that's just insane.
We would have been fine.
I mean, you would. I had this. I didn't even tell Dio this one because like at the point that I made this idea, I was already dead.
as one does.
Yeah, do you remember when I asked like, can the curse like copy one of my moves and stuff like that?
Yes.
Yeah. So my plan previously was just like him spamming like the smoke screen and like all of my other stuff, like the annoying stuff, and then I would just like, create like icicle like knife and stuff like that, and I would just like move from like one smoke screen to like another and just be like annoyance, and then like ask like the curse to like make decoys of me. That's literally like if I had like a plan for like the final fight for like the Grail, like that was probably it. Like I didn't really have any idea other than that because like the only thing I remember about the curse is that the curse cannot die, and it's kind of stupid.
Mans is like, I'll be so real with you guys. I kind of wanted you to lose.
No, yeah, my plan would probably fail. Not gonna lie, my plan would have probably failed compared to this.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, listen, that was the entire fight. It was extraordinarily complex. You were gonna have to work for killing the curse. I mean, it's not a pushover. There was a reason why you could imagine now exactly what happened to the land, why the Scargrons were created when Hephaestus tried to seal it the first time. That was what Hephaestus went up against, by the way. Hephaestus beat that boss fight. You can do it. Canonically, Hephaestus did beat that boss fight.
It's
Damn.
It's so fucking bullshit. Holy shit. Like if you guys spot it, I would genuinely help you guys because like what the fuck? Like I would open up like Notepad and like keep remembering like
We're gonna have like in character Para doesn't want us to win, but out of character, he will be our caretaker.
and like out of character, I would be there like opening like a Notepad and like telling you guys you move like 2 feet far away.
Yeah, the other players actually halfway through realized how fucked things were when it still wasn't dead and phase 3 started, and they were like, we really should have made notes in phase 2 because they had gotten some of them mixed up. I know that they got really confused on Bo. They completely forgot what Bo did, and all of them ate shit on Bo, and they all took so much damage. It was it'd be that way.
Damn. How's it called? Completely unrelated, right? It has nothing to do with the campaign, but since Para spoke about like note taker in very, very, very high tier like Final Fantasy 14 raids, is that a thing? Like, do you have like a note taker for the ultimate whose whole job is just
Usually
sitting on the sidelines and just telling
and-
you how shit works?
in 14
Kind
it's-
of.
yeah, I was gonna say, so yes, but in 14 it's like a lot less prevalent. I know in World of Warcraft it's really prevalent, specifically because in World of Warcraft you usually have a lot of people on your bench for reasons, but I know that like in Ultimate specifically it's somewhat common for our teams, especially if they're like speedrunning, to have a person that's just like watching someone else do it, so that they can learn mechanics, and they'll also whether or not they're actually in the game, or whether or not they're like on the sidelines watching, you usually will have one shot caller. And like if the shot caller says something, you usually do it, even if it's wrong, because order is more important than everyone not trusting the shot caller. So like yeah, that's really common in high end MMO stuff, is to have a shot caller, and then like for the really high end stuff, you can have like a dedicated person that's just like watching the raid.
Oh, that's fascinating.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, but typically in Final Fantasy raids, I do have someone telling me in.
In, out.
It's gonna do both. Separate, tether.
Separate. No, don't walk over there.
Stack.
There's nothing more
Come back.
humiliating than getting pulled by a healer, by getting rescued. Anyway.
I was that guy who was jumping off of the stage and rescuing people.
Yep.
Always.
Yeah.
Damn.
Um.
See, we're learning things today.
And I guess to leave off with as a one moment. Chat had
Yeah.
wanted a a brief power level tier list. I think this is rather easy.
We do have a tier list, right? We can just use the tier list.
No, I do. Yeah, I
that's
have it. I'm getting it out right now. Okay, so
all right, time to enter the you know the argument fucking period.
No. This is where we let the DM cook.
So there's Saber, Archer, Lancer, Rider. Oh, it's because it's Nick. Where's Caster? Should be, there he is. Okay, that's why. I was like, where? I'm missing one. Okay, so these were all of the servants. I think that, so in terms of raw power, Pretender / Avenger / Rocco is, as you just saw, it's the problem, right? Are we counting them at their max power? Because if we're counting them at their max power, it's fucking obviously this beast class servant over here. Like it's not a question, right? They are by far the strongest, and also including max power level. Saber, Archer, Lancer is, I think, right under. They're very similar. If Berserker considers himself on equal power level, yeah. So exactly, right. The problem with Berserker is that he's limited by mana. In theory, he can do anything that he wants, but if like they're stuck fighting forever, Berserker would eventually run out of mana, and then his ability would stop activating. Unless we start to get really weird, where like Berserker could, in theory, think that he has infinite mana. Let's not get into it. No, let's not get into it.
Yeah, that's so like it's gonna get pretty like, you know.
Yeah, but these two I think are the strongest if we're considering peak condition. But of course, he could also be the worst servant in the fucking game. It's not close. So it's just like, it kind of depends for Berserker. Pretender's obviously up here. Yamada's servant was broken. Yamada broken, GG. In terms of, I think Charon is very strong, very consistent, has some bad matchups, but in general, pretty powerful. I think on par with Lancer, if not Lancer. No, Lancer probably one below. Nick and Bard are below. Archer's probably roughly tied with Lancer, and Nameless is here. This seems about right in terms of like raw power, not including any of matchups, including best condition. Because Charon, out of the non-cheating servants, is probably the strongest. Yeah, because so the problem with putting Rider above onto this tier is that Berserker can literally do whatever the fuck he wants, right? Rider's strong, but not hee-hee-ha-ha strong. right? Berserker could be hee-hee-ha-ha strong. Berserker could go, you don't have any powers anymore, and then Rider loses all their powers. Like, I don't know what to tell you. It is what it is. Nameless is... It's hard. Nameless is either A or S. One of these two.
Okay. So Nameless actually does have some power.
Yep. Well, no one ever fought the wolf, but the wolf was also a boss that I won't get into. But yeah, with ice walls and whatnot. But Nameless was quite strong. I don't know if they're quite Charon power level. They're like here. One of these two. They scaled with the village, but anyway, it doesn't matter. Archer and Lancer, I think, are pretty on par. They both have major weaknesses. Both of them have major strengths. If you can close in on Archer, she loses a lot of power, and also she's much more powerful in the Dream Realm. But even inside the Dream Realm, she's not as powerful as like Berserker on a good day. So it is what it is. Ro IS is extremely powerful at being able to negate things, but he can only use it. It's on a massive cooldown. And besides that, Lancer's just like a strong fighter. So Ro IS is like good, and if he uses his tools good, it's like pretty strong, but like it's fine. Nick and Assassin, both of these two are heavily reliant on other people. So they're like B tier or C tier. In a straight up fight, these two would lose to any of the other servants. Assassin's obviously good at sneaking around, and their Noble Phantasm is extraordinarily strong. Can mind control the entire party, and any of the servants. But outside of their Noble Phantasm, which can be canceled with earplugs, Assassin's like kind of eh.
That's a funny way to put it.
And Nick, in theory, he gets extremely dangerous the more people he can cast Memento Mori on. So Nick could be like up here if you're including the fact that Nick can cast Memento Mori on the entire Ishvaldan army. But if we're not including that, he's like kind of weak and relies on lies and manipulation more than anything else.
Ooh, this is
Ryder
yeah.
seems weaker than Void Cheeky. Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Who's Void Cheeky?
Don't worry about it. So there's
Okay.
them in terms of power level. And you know what? I'm gonna be controversial. Okay. Really quickly, not
Ooh.
power level. I'm thinking all of the players get a solid SSS tier. You know what I mean?
Yo.
For what?
For sticking through all the way to the end of the Tibet campaign. I think that that's a triple S, 100% based, because it has been a while. There were certain months where we did not know if we would continue the campaign, just like the viewers suffered as well. I don't have a thing for the viewers. We'll use here the Lost Souls. Yes, the viewers, the Lost Souls. The Lost Souls are going to triple S. Yes. As through thick and thin, there were multiple times when, like with August or October, I didn't know we were actually ever going to stick through it and continue through the entire campaign. The viewers continue. It was endlessly amusing. The viewers constantly making content, Dorian's images, and deranged schizo posting. All of the graphs that were made. There was fan art that were made. It has truly been a wild journey, and I'm glad that both of my players and the lost souls of the viewers have stuck through it over a long period of time, all the way to the end. Just as the song said, as we reach our end.
Okay, well, no, that's not right though, because if we're all triple S, we have to make a new tier for you, because you fucking made the whole thing.
Oh. Couldn't have said it any better.
I don't have a token for myself though, so there's no.
You are all the tokens.
Yeah, you're
Bro.
every token.
Oh, that's gonna take a longer time.
I didn't make all the tokens. Yeah, we're not gonna do an entire tier list. If you guys want to on your own time, you guys can this is in the Harmacists discussion. So if any of the players want to, you can take this and make your own tier list and post it in the Harmacists discussion later. Or any of the chat. I think some of the chat has already done that. And there's another one with the other images that I'd use for them. But
There we go, guys.
Speaking of sticking through the campaign and stuff, there is a little thing that I need to tell the community before we end the stream.
Yes.
And that is that I have been, like everybody in this call, I have been a part of the Harmacists project for close to 4 years at this point. And as the whole thing was going through all of the campaigns, I always, like, I really enjoyed everything, and I tried to contribute as much as possible with like all of random bullshit here and there. But I have to announce that moving forward, I will no longer be a part of the Harmacists. It's just that, Dio, I have never really liked you. It needed to come out now. Now that I am finally leaving, I can say, I don't know how people can suffer through being in a Discord call with you, honestly. No, but unironically, I have to leave. Yeah.
Yep. Thank you very much for being a part of this, honestly, for even as long as you were, which is 4 years. So
Correct. Yes.
Very
it
long.
has been.
It's been 4 years.
It's been 3 or 4 years. Yeah, I don't remember which one, but if it's not 4 years, then
I'm
it's closer
back.
to 4
It's
years.
almost 4 years, yeah.
Yep, it has been 4 years since we first walked in and broke that door. Way at the very start, since we had all gotten a random email from Skorak. When we were all Arc Knights content creators.
Oh my
God,
way back
remember
the
Arknights?
days
4
of the,
years.
remember Arknights? Yes. So it has been.
Never forget what brought us together. Kaiser, give us some Arknights lore before we go.
Yes,
Oh,
please, a crumb of lore.
canonically, everybody is happy at the end.
Yep, yeah, and obviously the Harmacists, not Fate Harmacists, but the Harmacists channel already has two concurrently running campaigns that are still going, and so the Harmacists channel is still going to be alive. But as this curtain falls to a close, we unfortunately will have to salute and say goodbye to Kaiser at the very least for now. Who knows what God knows what the far future will bring. 10 years
Yeah,
from now, Kaiser,
literally.
10 years maybe.
With how
The
fast
top
things
rope.
are changing, there's a chance. Yeah.
No, Kaiser. We'll see you tomorrow.
But yes, at the very least, we will say goodbye to you for now, and more than importantly than goodbye, thank you for showing up consistently and being a wonderful part of multiple campaigns, not just Fate Harvests, but Halberd was
My life.
amazing. Yeah, correct. Yeah, all of your work with Halberd, all of the art that you did for the original campaign, and of course sticking through an entire year of Tibet. So.
Beyond
Well, thank you very
Originium,
much.
we can't forget about that.
We can forget
Oh,
about
beautiful campaign.
that. We can forget about that.
Then the boss fight in that campaign, you have outdone yourself, dear.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, thank you for allowing me to be a part of this whole thing. I really enjoyed it. I'm not leaving because I want to leave this, by the way. I hope the community understands this as well. If the world was right, this would continue forever.
Yeah,
No, he hates us, guys.
It'd be that. I've said it multiple times, and I will always say it again. I've seen many different people come and go from many different campaigns. I've seen many different campaigns fade away into nothingness because scheduling and everything that I did with that four phase boss fight is nothing compared to the unfortunate reality that scheduling is the final boss of D&D. D&D takes even as a player, it takes up so much time. It basically eats away like half of an entire day usually, every single week, if not every single other week, and that is a time commitment that not everyone can commit to. And even more for a DM. God knows how many hours I've spent making things like Tibet. That is unfortunately how it is, but at the very least, I thank you for being a part of multiple of the campaigns that I've taken a part of.
Yeah.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
And
I could have, but I won't.
so incredibly nice. That's all.
Fair enough.
For the last time, this has been Fate/Harmacists logging off. It has been a wonderful ride for the entire time, over an entire year of sessions. I think it's like almost 30 sessions that are all at bare minimum 3 hours long, except for the one where my internet went out. We have had ups, we have had downs, we've had things that we've forgotten, we've had mistakes. But I think overall, at the very least, I hope that all of you have enjoyed it. And I do not know when I will see you next time. I do not know in what form it will take. About whether or not we'll be split up across different campaigns or whatnot, how long it will take. But hopefully, in one form or another, I will see you all later.
See you
Who knows?
guys.
It might be me, the DM, next time. Who knows?
It might be,
Ooh.
yeah, exactly. It might be Para DMing. It might be in 2 weeks, in 4. It might be tomorrow. No, it won't be, but it might be.
See, that's something I would return for, bro. Fuck having work or something, man.
Yeah, I'm announcing my leave. I'm also announcing my leave after Kaiser.
All right, yes, it has been a wild ride. I salute you all. 07s in chat. May we meet once again, in some other place, in some other time. And for the last time, I move over to the Fate Harmacists intro, /outro, and we will let those tokens that I made all that time ago play one final time.
Let's go.